Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you? Happy Monday. Even though it's 9/11, I don't know what the appropriate thing to say there is. But either way, let's go. Let's go.
The market crashed on me, but that's not my last, homie. It ain't over for me. It ain't over for me. The market crashed on me, but that's not my last, homie. Only one logical thing to do. Don't trip by the dip, 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 by the dip. Don't trip by the dip, 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 by the dip. Don't trip by the dip. Get my chips and dip.
All right, let's get going.
In and out, I'm stacking pills. Market look embarrassed by the dip, 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 by the dip. Don't trip. Sour cream and onion dip. Scoop it with some ruffle chips. Sink them like Titanic ship. Bartender, here's a tip. Crypto face is the truth. He can even show you proof. This is market cipher school. Rory made you say, ooh, wish I had one too. Making plays on trading view. Waiting on a blue triangle. I just call it Blue's Clue. Portfolio diversified. Keep my balance classified. Scared to look, you terrified. But when you did, you almost died. All good before you went to sleep. Woke up to a surprise. Couldn't believe your eyes. What the hell did your money go? You like, oh my God, what the fuck happened? Bitcoin dumping in my sleep. Woke up to a market sweep. That's the reason I don't sleep. Keep my eyes on the prize. Bought some Hex and Cardano. Fear of missing out. FOMO, that's a no-no. Yeah, I know, bro, but I still do the shit. I'm just trying.
All right, let's go.
I think I just might buy the dip, 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 buy the dip. Don't trip, buy the dip, 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 buy the dip. Don't trip, buy the dip. Get my chips and dip. Hot on coins and watch me flip. In and out, I'm stacking pills. Market look embarrassed. Buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip.
What's the YOLO? I mean, I don't know. I'm running KVU and SGMA this morning.
The market crashed on me, but it's not my ass, homie. Time to rise up out the flames like a motherfucking phoenix flying high in the sky. And I motherfucking mean it. Put it all on the house. I can't help it cause I'm greedy. Got a family, gotta feed it. All my followers, man, they need me. We can all get rich together. Talk about financial freedom. BTC, ETH, XRP, that's a threesome. Three-way. Blockchain tokens got your boy really eating. Cryptocurrency is a gift from God. All praises to the Most High. Help me beat the
All right, we got Avgo up this morning. We got a few. We're doing pretty good this morning. I don't mind. We're doing good this morning. Let's go.
Man, the way I spider line until we position, then I exit trades right on time. Might tell you a secret, but I'll never drop a dime. Favorite pastime, sitting back, watching candles climb. If they go the other way, keep calm and don't trip. By the dip, 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 by the dip. Don't trip. By the dip, 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 by the dip. Don't trip. By the dip. Get my chips and dip.
Yo, congrats, pancakes.
Market look embarrassed. By the dip, 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 by the dip. Don't trip. It ain't over for me.
How was the Miami game? You didn't see the stream?
It ain't over for me.
It was actually a lot of fun. We had a good time.
It ain't over for me.
If you guys missed the stream with SFan, it's on his channel. We had a good time doing the pregame at Miami, the tailgate. I did everything I could to make sure that we had fun and we didn't go too far. But either way, it was a good time. I had a blast. He should be on the stream Thursday, but I don't want to tell anything yet because you guys. I don't want to disappoint you more than I already have on a daily basis. So you know how it is. All right, so let's go ahead and look at markets about to open. We've got our Avgo and RH positions from last week. Avgo had a nice bounce back, doing really good this morning, looking to exit this morning on the swing trade. I'm in Sigma or SGMA for the day. Only took half the position early to see if it breaks down to $4 and bounces or not, but this one is a little bit of an oversell in my opinion on their bad earnings. And I'm also running KVU today, and the reason is the FDA kind of, you know, I don't want to say that they're throwing a middle finger up to the judgment on Tylenol, infant Tylenol causing child autism. But either way, the fact that they didn't show up or do anything with the judge means that the FDA seems like they've made their decision on it. We're seeing KVU pop on this. So legged out of some of my shares I own, and I'm day trading this as well. So I'm in this. I'm in SGMA this morning. SGMA, ooh, big volume coming out the morning. Okay, let's see what we get here. Big move. Also looking at VTR today, activist investor. I own this, full disclosure. Obviously, I own this for the long term. They're doing shit with management right now, but they still pay a 4.5% dividend. And on top of that, they are in charge of building hospice, nursing homes, assisted living facilities, and retirement homes. And we have the biggest generation of people going into retirement in those facilities. So over the next few years, if they get their shit together, this could be a big one, especially considering all the free shares I'm getting. So right back down to even on KVU right now on the day. SGMA starting to really move. Holy shit, we are moving. Okay, we're getting going. We're getting going. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Do subs get access to morning call? T3 subs do, but Patreon T3 does morning call news, and otherwise it's open on Fridays. All right, so we're getting a big run on SGMA. Great play so far out the gate this morning. Big winner. I got in a little early at 4:39, so let's see where we're at right now on this. SGMA, we are up 7.27% to start the day. Okay, make that 8.5% to start the day. That is a good way to start Monday. KVU actually red right now. That's fine. All day with that one. VTR starting to move as well. Avgo, let's go ahead and start legging out of Avgo as well. And then we'll go SPY moving right now. We've got news on Google and Microsoft. I'm going to go over with you guys. Tesla moving, upgrade, plus the UAW strike. Looks like it is going to happen. Just so you guys are aware, the UAW strike, the United Auto Workers are asking for as much as a 46% raise, shorter work weeks, and the thing I think that is not going to give them negotiating power is they want to bring back pensions. Whether you like pensions or not, one thing to keep in mind with pensions is that that's a lot of money for a company. And so there you go. Lots going on with that right there. What do we have right? What's going on with NVAX? Are you not in the call this morning? So bad news for anybody, not bad news, but potentially bad news for anybody holding NVAX still that didn't leg out going into tomorrow. The decision by the CDC. Keep in mind that the CDC is doing that, but we did get a CDC announcement this morning stating that the antibodies that people have should be good enough for the new variant, meaning that they may not potentially what's the word I'm looking for here? Recommend as hard of a recommendation on boosters and new vaccines. We shall see. The duality of chat. One person goes, unions are scum, and the other goes, the companies have the money to pay for the pensions. Did you sell out of your NVAX? I've legged out of about 40% of the position, as you can see from my trades. But the one thing is that it's a buy the rumor, sell the news, but we still have the decision tomorrow. Also, we just got stopped out of SGMA. Great shit. It got up to 9%. We got stopped out at 7% because we had that 2% trailing stop loss. So we will take a 7% gainer out the gate this morning and be very happy about that. Now the question is do I buy any more KVU here, or I just let this sit? I think I'm going to eye 2168 and see where it lands here on that decision there. VTR still doing pretty good. Avgo we have from last week. Other ones that we want to keep an eye on this morning, for those that were paying attention this morning, we've got a few other things right now. We've got the Apple iPhone event tomorrow. We have Smuckers buying out Twink, which is Hostess brands, for 5.6. Now, for those of you guys that were here last week, or I think last week I think it was, we talked about the rumors of this and how they could potentially come through. I know some of you guys may have jumped in just to see what would happen. That was a quick turnaround on the news coming out that it was actually confirmed. So a huge jump by Twink this morning. We're looking at the Instacart IPO this week. We're looking at the ARM IPO coming up. We're looking at Uber potentially adding a handyman service. I look forward to that one. That should be fun. What else we got? Frey moving from Luxembourg to the U.S. We got a lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff. Are you going to take a strike for us tomorrow? What does that mean? What the hell does that mean? Wow, good stop out on SGMA. Big win this morning. Oh, the Apple event tomorrow. No. No, 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 no. Not I. Listen, there's only three things I fear in this world: my wife, the IRS, and Apple's legal team. All three of them I've learned not to fuck with. So, which broker can I pre-order ARM IPO? I don't know. It depends on each broker. I think Webull used to do it. If you're international, you might want to take a look at Interactive Brokers. I don't know. Go check the international channel if you are. Otherwise, you'll have to see who has it available. No, not handies. Handyman. What? Yeah. Yeah, her, yeah. Oh, look at that. See, that's why stop losses are so important right there, guys. That's why stop losses are so important. Nice stop out right there. Keep the profit. Let it come back down. Let somebody else have it. Let it be somebody else's problem. Sure, there's going to be times when you get stopped out and it keeps going. Sure, whatever. But when you start running like that, let the stop out kick you out. I'll say it once. I'll say it a million times, and that is that it is better to miss out on unrealized gains than it is to take realized losses all fucking day long. All right, NVAC's giving it all back. I know some of y'all might actually jump into some more ahead of tomorrow now that it's back under $9. We had a great run. That VTR, guys, the third one that we were playing today, having a nice move as well. Yeah, so Uber wants to add handyman service because obviously this is something that's an interesting topic too, because we've talked about how so much money is going to people now that we you know, why there is that void, that vacuum right now of jobs that are people that are tradesmen, that are handyman, that are people that are in those skilled labors. And that's because the boomers, the older generation, did all those jobs. They were all saturated. They told their kids to go to college. Everyone went to college. Then they started getting their degrees. And then the next level of technology and you know, info came out. Now you needed more college and more degrees. Everyone did that. Now all those older people have retired, and there's nobody to fill those jobs because everyone went and got a college degree. And so now you've got this huge vacuum of skilled labor that is just that people are making more money without the debt of college than people who went to college and are getting jobs starting out the gate at 70, 80,000 because they can charge what they want. And people either have gotten to a, not to sound like, oh, people have gotten soft, but we've gotten to a point in society where a lot of people are too busy to fix things in their house or just never learned how to fix things in their house. And so if they need something done, they have to hire somebody. And because there's a lack of those people, they can charge what they want. HVAC workers in Florida, money. Plumbers, carpenters, you know, it's insane the amount of money there. And so Uber is like, well, shit, we need to get in on this. The same people that are technology people using Uber, if they have a problem, they can hire a handyman. And so that's the new thing. Now, my question about that is Uber's going to have a lot more legal loopholes because it's not just driving with insurance and stuff like that. Now you're hiring handyman. Do they have to work for a company? Are they licensed? Do they have insurance? There's a lot of things there. How much butt crack do they have? Can you rate off the butt crack? I don't know. Did you go over why Tesla exploded today? 2 reasons why Tesla blew up today. Well, we never know why, but my opinion is, number one, the massive upgrade that they got, talking about for, I think it was it Morgan Stanley, that said, oh my God, they're going to be a $600 stock or whatever or $400 stock because of AI integration. But more importantly, I think the UAW strike is what's doing it, because the UAW strike is based off of the electric vehicle workers. And if GM, Ford, and Stellantis are all going to be most likely going to be striking, then that puts a hit on their market cap, drives more buyers to Tesla, and the inventory is going to is going to shore up a bit, considering how much they're asking for. The UAW is you know, that's 160,000 workers, and we're talking about they want 46% increase in pay, they want shorter work weeks, and they want traditional pensions to come back. They might be asking for too much. Maybe not, you know, because precedence is precedence, right? I mean, the Delta Airlines guys got a 41% increase. So who knows, right? Who knows? Where are we going to go from here? Isn't the Uber handyman thing due for like a decade? Yeah, but I think they're pushing it more now. The reason I was bringing up butt cracks is that Uber is really looking for to up their revenue stream by ads. We already seen them put ads in the app, on the side of the vehicles, on those little headrest tablets. Imagine how much you could get if you were to slap I mean, I would put a twitch.tv/TheStockGuy on a guy's, you know, right around his butt crack if he's a plumber, because you can't not look at that, right? Like, I mean, you walk in the kitchen and it's just there. You know, I mean, it's like if you see, you know, people always say, oh, well, men, you know, you're a pervert because you caught a look at cleavage or whatever. Hey, listen, it's not, I can't help it, right? I see a butt crack, I look. But if I see twitch.tv/TheStockGuy, that's great advertising right there. So maybe that's why. All right, VTR still pushing, guys. We talked about this morning on the activist investor news this morning. They're up about 1%. That's looking good. KVU, we got filled again at 2168. That was our entry, and so we did get filled there. It got down to 2666, so we almost caught the bottom there. We'll see. This may not work out to be the best play. We'll see. SGMA looks like it may have a second go this morning. I don't think I'm going to test fate here, but nice little flat line here. Decent volume without a huge candle. MAs look like they're crossing on the 1 minute. On the 5 minute, what are we looking at on the 5 minute here? 5 minutes a little bit more rough, but it looks like we have found a baseline here. I don't think I'm going to play this again unless there's some serious volume that comes in. You think Apple can raise iPhone prices $100? I honestly think that Apple... Yo, Stocky, I haven't watched in a while. Have you considered streaming on Kick? No, I haven't considered it. A lot of... so here's the thing about the iPhone, right? I'm not going to say the iPhone is dead. It's over, right? It's done. No, never. Spy giving it all back, by the way, guys. But look at this nice little curl here on SGMA. So here's what I'll say about Apple, right? You're never going to say Apple's done, right? It's not done. But there might be not a changing of the guard, but there might be what's a good word here? I don't know a good word here. There might be a perception change. There might be a perception change coming, and or even if it's not a perception change, there might be some macro factors that are going to stifle Apple for a little while. And part of it's their own fault. Let me get a marker. All right, so a couple things about Apple. Apple's always had a bit of a cult following, right? Not always, but basically, okay, basically had that cult following. And it's still to this day. If you're on a first date and you whip out a Samsung Galaxy or an Android, you're not getting a second date. It's kind of fucked up, but that's just how it is, right? And what happens is that Apple has always had that basis of I need to own the latest. And let's be real, let's not pull any punches here. It's always been a status thing, right? If you have the latest, then obviously you have money, or at least you have you keep up to date and you have the brand. Personally, I've now owned 4 iPhones in my life. I've owned the iPhone 7. No, sorry, the iPhone original. The iPhone 5. What do I have now? The 11, right? So I've owned 3 iPhones. I'm a boomer. Also, I just used it until it didn't work anymore. I think I might have had the 7 as well. I don't know. I can't remember, but whatever. That's just me because I just do my own thing. But there are people out there who have generally bought every single iPhone that came out. They needed to have it, right? And the thing is that you could always tell the difference between the new one in some way, some way, right? Whether it was the bigger screen, whether it was the different cameras, whatever it was. The issue is now iPhone, according to what we've seen from the iPhone 15, that makes 3 or 4 in a row now where you cannot tell the damn difference. So that right there already drops a certain percentage of people, right? Like if you can't tell the difference between, especially if it's in a case, the new one versus the old one, you're less likely to buy. Okay. All right. Now, let's talk about a few other things. Number one, we know Foxconn, which is the manufacturer of a lot of the parts, has already said that there's a slowdown in production. They've had strikes. They tried moving to India. They stayed back. They're already talking about a slowdown. Well, why is there a slowdown? Well, just like with everything right now, we are seeing the purchasing of goods slow down. Everybody is going deeper and deeper in debt, but they're buying experiences, right? They're purchasing, vacations or experiences, or they're spending money on flights or cruises or going out to eat, right? They're not spending it on things. Part of the reason that China's slowdown right now is so big is because nobody's buying anything, so there's no manufacturing. We saw that China just came out with a 21% youth unemployment rate, and it's going up so fast they said they're no longer going to be providing the data. And a lot of that money is also moving to Vietnam, which, by the way, for my fellow 2-3 year now India and Vietnam believers, the president just got back from a trip to India and Vietnam. Just saying. 21% unemployment, right? And nobody's buying things at the same rate. It's just not happening. We're seeing retail inventories increase as well. So if you've got a slowdown in spending on items, especially electronics, Apple's already said that they're expecting a slowdown. And you're dropping a brand new phone that it doesn't give people that I got to have it right now so people see me with the newest, latest. When you're already seeing a decrease in purchasing on electronics and the manufacturers of those electronics are seeing huge drawbacks, the question then becomes is this just a macro environment thing, or is Apple losing its touch? That's going to be the big question moving forward. The question is this recent slowdown and is this pivot, I wouldn't say pivot, but is this a Apple has lost its touch, or is it just a short-term macro? Because don't get me wrong, people are still spending money. People still have money. Just so you guys are aware, here's a little stat for you. As of August, household net worth in America is now $154 trillion. $154 trillion. No, not per household, you don't. Yes, Taylor Swift accounts for like 20% of this. Is that a lot? Well, yeah. But how you account for household net worth and household, is different too, because obviously this accounts for a lot of people at the top. But at the same time, most of this has been driven by home equity. So while this number is pretty, a lot of this is fluffed, because if people were selling their houses at the high equity and buying more houses and it was driving up equity, it would be different. But when everybody's sitting on equity that they can't offload, it's like ghost equity. And Elon has $150 billion in the bank right now. God, I wish you understood how money worked. No, he does not have $150 billion in his bank account. And he's got more money overall this morning after Tesla popped 6%. But no. You can't base purchasing power based off of net worth. I'm sorry, guys. Did I write purchasing power somewhere? Was it? No. Okay, I guess that wasn't me. Either way, a lot of this is ghost, right? Because there's also a lot of debt involved. So this is kind of like looking at an earnings report and saying total revenue, right? Because revenue is how much money they made, but how much did it cost them to make it? How much expenses do they have? How much debt do they have? So I'm just giving you guys a crazy number. Okay, 154 trillion. So I'm not saying this is the end of Apple. I'm just saying that right now Apple has gotten complacent or stale, or it's just the idea that if we keep putting out a new iPhone, there will be enough people to buy it to justify it, because we don't want to slow down and skip a year. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that Apple actually did well, not last earnings, but the couple earnings before, because of MacBooks. That was the surprising. MacBooks actually carried them. Now, they are going to come out with a new Apple AirPods, which, by the way, I've owned 2 sets of AirPods in my life. Both of them, I lost one of the AirPods within a month, and so I just stopped buying them, and now I go get those fucking, those like, cheap versions or whatever. I don't even have the little iPods anymore. I get that big, thick one that goes around your neck with the little things that go up because I just lose them otherwise. How do you lose AirPods? Because I go to sleep with them, and then they fall, and then my dog chews one of them, or we went on Airbnb one time, and I fell asleep with it. I couldn't find it, and then I thought maybe I packed it, and then we got a call from the lady that, like, they washed it in the sheets and shit. It's so easy. So now I just use ones that don't fall out. I don't go to work out and think, man, I better have AirPods so people see me working out knowing I have AirPods. I go to the gym and I see everybody has fucking AirPods. I'm like, wow. Cool. Hope that works out for you. Let me do my workout. Wire up your AirPods with a string? Why not just buy wired earphones then? Oh my God. Which are, by the way, making a comeback. We know that the nostalgia buys are a big deal now. Wired earphones and wired earphones and flip phones are making a comeback. They're like 600% increase in sales. It's insane. No, I've gone through 11 different wireless headphones in the past year and a half. Why did you advertise eToro the other day? You know damn well that was an accident. So it's worrisome if they raise prices right now? Honestly, yeah. I think if Apple were to raise the price of the new iPhone, I think it would be devastating for them. And it's always a tough decision because look at what Tesla's doing, right? Like Tesla has continued to drop prices. Like I forgot I had the chart somewhere, but like I think it was Model X or S, I forgot which one, started the year at like $109,000. And now those new ones are selling for like $79,000. And people who own Teslas fucking hate this because that's the resale value of your car, right? It's like with a house, right? You get what's called a comp set, right? Your house, the value of your house is oftentimes based on what other houses around you are selling at. That's why it's so. Some people love HOAs because they keep the value high because you want to have uniformity. Except my HOA, fuck you. But either way. The Tesla prices have been dropped. So somebody who bought that Tesla model beginning of the year, their car has now lost not just the depreciation, but just the value itself is $40,000 less. Okay? Now, here's a crazy thing that a lot of people don't realize. You may sell a significant more amount of vehicles because the price is cheaper, but your profit margin is so much smaller in each one that you can sell 50% more cars and still take a loss as if though you were selling at this level because of profit margins. So that's why it's always a problem when you increase prices on something. If your sales don't go up, it costs you the same to make it, maybe even more for marketing, you take a bigger hit on that margin. Okay. Now, we already know that Apple's facing the issue from the Chinese government telling their officials that they're banned from using iPhones as it is. So we already saw Apple lose a shitload of market cap. They got their event tomorrow. I don't know. I normally always short Apple events, almost every tech event that they have. But almost every announcing event, so I just short starting at the beginning of it because it's always underwhelming. In this case, it's a little bit more difficult because Apple's lost so much market cap. They've lost something like $400 billion in a matter of a week. But the question is if we're already seeing a slowdown in sales for iPhones, tech overall, and they're only regurgitating the same product at a high, and if they come at a higher price, and you wonder why they DMCA you? How dare you? Oh, no, I'm not talking about Apple long term. I'm talking about what they've been doing over the past 4 releases, where their money's come from. We saw that MacBooks accounted for a huge dip in iPhone sales, but Mac sales like saved them. It's just right now Apple is getting stale. And this isn't the economic environment to be stale right now. Like I don't know. I don't work in their any of their divisions or departments. So it's like I don't have an insight into their financials. But for me personally, I'm looking at this and saying, holy shit, this is not what you want to see right now if you're an investor. But investor, you care about the long term, right? But like in the short term, I'm saying to myself, okay, we've got a slowdown in economic expenditures and consumer spending when it comes to electronics. We're seeing China is not producing nearly as many. There's already a fight with Foxconn in China. China's, accounts for 20% of Apple's revenue. They're potentially banning more and more people from using iPhones over there. The iPhone 15 coming out is just a regurgitation of the iPhone 14, which was a regurgitation of the iPhone 13. And if they do, I don't know if they will, but if they do increase the price on this, I think it's going to be a really bad look for them. And it could be a bad day, but we'll see. All right, biggest gainer today, AAMC. Time to let some of that go. KXIN moving again today. Kevu doing okay today. Tygo finally moving a little bit. Lilum trying to move. Palantir is up today. We're up 103% overall. Joby moving. Wall is up. SoFi is up. Lending Club is up. Express, we're back over 910. We're down now 10% up on that play. Lion Electric moving up after last week's pullback. Bought some plug on Friday. Going to go ahead and dump that now. Got 25 shares. I'll go ahead and sell those 25 shares. Whoopsie. Never mind. Never mind. Need to update that. What's with the Fubo pump? Well, remember starting last week, we saw was it Broadcom? No, not Broadcom. Jesus fucking Christ. Charter is in fighting with Disney over ESPN and the rights to air it right now. And sports is going nuts, especially with sports betting we touched on this morning. And so they're pushing Charter's pushing Fubo subscriptions for it. And so Fubo's been running. Plus, there's a lot of short interest on Fubo, so we're seeing that move. Is Disney a buy or bear? Prices are down. I am a Disney hold guy right now. I am not a buy guy right now. I think that they need to offload ESPN or they need to do some serious restructuring and reconsideration, especially considering the cost they're sinking into it. They need something, and with the writer strike going on, that's why Disney is with Netflix trying to lead the deal, a new deal for the SAG-AFTRA strike, because they're hurting right now. They're hurting big time. Disney was very attractive to me 3 years ago. The streaming wars were heating up. They were adding a lot of subscribers. Parks were making a shitload of money on the rebound from COVID. We saw Marvel still doing really well, but and Star Wars was coming out. So right now, I hate to say it, being the guy who used to be the big Disney guy, I'm not a big Disney guy right now. Now, it doesn't mean that I think Disney's a sell or that they're going to go down to $60, but I'm not like right now. I'm waiting for a catalyst before I mess with it again. No, this has nothing to do with going woke and going broke, you degenerates. Oh, God. Here we go. Okay, AAMC. I was going to pick up some more AAMC on Friday when it was one of the biggest losers of the week of the day, and I didn't pull the trigger. It's having a monster day today. Look at that shit. It was down to $6. No, not AMC. Did you hear the new Snow White movie? Did I hear it? Like, did I listen to it? No, I haven't seen it. I tried watching the new Little Mermaid with my daughter this weekend, but she made me turn it off. I think she just doesn't like live action movies yet. All right, KXIM moving. We got SRFM, guys. We sold it when it hit 50%. Then it dipped all the way back down. It's on the way back up. It's up another 5%. We're up 37% overall on that. ACHV up 4.3% today. Palantir 3.44. Lilium up 3%. Still down on Airy. This is the most interesting one that I'm holding right now. I'm holding this one for the long term. Still down 16% on these shares, but I'm really curious about this company. I want to do a deep dive on it. All right, SoFi, we're back up 80% on. Lending Club having a good day. We've got Express now 906. We got UUUU. We're up 25%. We planned on playing Uranium for the summer, and I think it was a really good play. We got as high as 30%. We legged out. Still have 150 shares, sitting at 25%. I don't think nuclear is going anywhere. I think nuclear is just getting started. I think that we're really finding a deal where we got a generation that wants clean green energy, but after what happened with the Russian invasion and we saw that the EU was lying about how effective green energy was and how far out we are from it being like mass sustainable, and the fact that we want to push away from fossil fuels, I feel like that middle ground is going to end up settling on nuclear. It's just about getting the idea and the fear attached to it away. And so I don't think that nuclear is going anywhere for the next 5 to 10 years. Anywhere, I think it's going to go up. But, man, that's a tough one. I wonder if I should... You know what? I think I'm going to sell another 20 shares of that today. I think 25% is good. And I'm going to pick up some more RTX shares. RTX has way too much money for this to affect their bottom line, and we're still at war. So I'm gonna we swung trade RTX one time. I'm just gonna do it again. I work in nuclear. We are only building one plant in the USA, as far as I know. Nuclear in the US is dying. Oh, thank you for the glitch this morning, TD. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I officially quit. Yep. Later, bitches.
Welcome code_cat_ to the Bear Gang.
Yeah. Y'all a bunch of hoes anyways. I never loved you. I never liked you. Okay? I should have milked y'all for money. I should have sold your punk asses some courses and told y'all to sub to my channel. What a waste. Trying to build a brand to do nothing. Oh, I could use this selling a course. You did, though? I did what? Sell courses and ask for subs? Nah, I never did. I should have done both of those. Why do I listen to this guy? He doesn't even sell a course. True. Wow, SGMA making another run here. Keep an eye on Avgo today, too. This consolidation, this bounce off 856 twice consolidation. There's no volume here, but if we get any buyers in here, this thing could gap back up to 868. Easy. Another nice $10 move. All right. Thoughts on Target? I still think it's heavily undervalued. But, you know. We shall see. Can you explain volume to me like I'm 5 years old? You mean like on a chart volume? Think of volume or like the actual definition of volume. Oh, trading volume. Okay, I was like, wait, like, are you talking about like volume as in like decibels? Are we talking about like how much of a space is filled? What is it filled with? Because no, we've gotten so much better. I'm not going to do it. It basically just measures the amount of activity, right? So the more shares that change hands in a given time frame, the more volume there is, right? So if you have, let's say, you know, in this example, I don't know, I mean, what is volume? All right, here you go. There you go. Volume on stock charts, okay? Basically, you look at the volume and you see these little volume candles at the bottom, right? Now you'll see the color coded based on where that candle, where that time frame ended. If that time frame, whether it's 1 minute, 5 minute, 30 minute, etc., and it starts, you know, if that candle ends lower, the price of that equity ends lower during that time frame, then obviously it's going to be red, and if it ends higher, it'll be green. Volume is just the amount of trading that occurred, right? It's the amount of shares trading. All right? Not up for sale, but for trading, right? So for example, let's say during this time frame you had 50 shares bought, and then 100 shares bought, and then 70 shares bought, and then 1,000 shares bought, right? You might have a big spike. And then the next minute, there's one guy putting a huge order out there, and nobody wants his shares, and because he's got it so high, because it's a low liquidity stock, you might not have many shares traded. Or if there's just no interest in that stock at that time, you may have, instead of 150, 70, 1,000, you may have 50, 50, 50, and 200, right? So you have a lot less shares that have traded hands, and so it's going to show less. So when I say something like, when I see volume come in, what that means is that we might see consolidation, right? So we see Avgo having a chart like this, right? And these are the different candles, and they bounced off of 254, right? So 254, twice it got down to that level, and it went back up, meaning that's kind of where the bottom of the buyers are. Nobody was really selling lower than that. And so what happens is, if you've got like little bits of volume here, right, that means there's not a lot of shares trading hands. There's not really like a consensus of where the value of those shares are. But if you start seeing a lot of volume come in, and the stock is kind of, you know, consolidating, that means that there is a lot of consensus that this is where people want to either buy or sell. Hopefully on the buy side, right? And so you're seeing it stick around here, but more shares are being bought, meaning that people are saying, okay, we all are kind of in a consensus or an agreement that this is the value. This is where the value is. So more and more shares are getting bought and not sold. It's consolidating, meaning that there's a good potential of what we call a breakout, right? So if other people are looking at this and saying, shit, it's really holding that level, and a lot of people are buying and selling at that level, fuck, I think this is going to go up or down. You know, I'm scared. I have a large position. Let's say I have 1,000 shares of Avgo, right? And I'm sitting here and I'm like, you know, it hasn't really moved off of this level, but there's a lot of interest here. That means I'm more likely to get filled on my shares, either buying or selling now, than I was here, because there's less people interested. So in this case, if I think it's really about to take off for the day, this is where I'm going to buy, because there's a lot of interest. I can get a fill pretty decent size without a big, you know, ask bid spread. And if it breaks out, this is my level. Also, if I'm concerned that the market is bearish, or that the sector is bearish, or that we got a lot of macro information that's really bad and it's going to push the market down, I see there's a lot of interest here. This is my out, because I know that I'm going to get filled without it like gapping down halfway through and me losing money. So I'm going to dump my position. And a couple large orders like that can cause a few candles to cause a breakout one direction or the other, which then brings in all the buyers or all the sellers, because everybody wants to get in on that hype or get out before it falls, right? So that's why volume can be very important when you're scalping and trading, because it's letting you know where everybody's at, where the interest is, where that liquidity is, right? Did that help you? Fubo is inversing with Disney charter information. Oh my God. Imagine going from 10% up to 7% down. God damn. Let me check my Fubo position. I wasn't even paying attention. Buy the dip, buy the dip. Ooh, that's a rough one. The cool thing is that my last purchase on Fubo was on March. And even with this drop that just happened, it sucks because I just went from... It dropped a lot, but... That sucks. I didn't even notice that was happening right there. I guess they did have some kind of deal. Let me check the news here. All right, we're at Disney charter nearing carriage deals per CNBC. Okay. However, once again, remember we were just talking about consolidation. If we find a consolidation on low volume this time, that might bring buyers in for a bounce back. So keep an eye on that. It said that the deal could be announced very soon, so we'll see. I'm not going to chase this one, but this looks like a very, very tasty opportunity on the daily. No, here is my my purchases on my last purchases on Fubo. So you can see that the last purchases I made were like in March, and these are up 166, 123, 66.99 and 3%. I'm still down like 20% overall though. There goes VTR again for a second run. All right, let me go. I didn't finish my RTX buy. Let me go back to that. Do you use Fidelity for your Roth IRA? I have a SEP IRA, and TD just moved to Schwab, and it's killing me because I'm just not used to this UI, and I hate it. Probably just because I hate change, but otherwise, you know. All right, let me pick up 3 RTX shares here, and we'll see where we end today. This order cannot be placed. Why? Oh, probably because I put an extra 0 there. My bad. All right, cool. How would someone start investing? Do you also do options trading? I do, not nearly as much as I used to, just because it's very dangerous for new people, and when you're an entertainer, people just will do anything you do. I do options trading, mostly long-term options. Oh, wow, there it is. There was that bounce back. A little bit earlier than I thought, but nice. How would somebody start investing? I mean, before you start investing, make sure you take care of your personal shit too. Like have a balanced budget, you know, make sure that you have an emergency fund. Make sure that you, you know, are taking and take advantage of your thing. Exclamation point invest will give you a good start. Otherwise, head into the Discord at the top. You'll see where it says stock market basics for beginners. That'll give you all the links to understanding it. And then hang out in the channels where they have discussions like IRA 401k channel in Discord where people are asking questions and talking about it. That's where you're going to learn about stuff. Questions, personal finance channel. It's just people, you know, sharing ideas, asking questions. You can learn a lot from people for free. This isn't some internet place where you have to go pay to fucking find out basic information. Just go find out, learn. This is something that just comes with time. It's like going to the gym or something, right? It takes time. And then as you know, time goes on, your workout becomes your you know, warm up. You know what I mean? Like you just get better. It just takes time. All right, KVU pushing back up. VTR still looking good today. Fubo bouncing back. We were right about that. A couple minutes off, but right about the bounce. And now we want to take a look at Disney off this news here. Even though I don't think Disney is really the play here. It's still going to move. Yeah. That shit is boarding. How do I take 1,000 turn to 1 million in a short amount of time? Convert your dollars into Argentinian pesos. Oh, is the double stream working? Oh, wait. YouTube's working? Hold on. Oh, there's probably nobody watching on YouTube, though. Oh, fuck. My first ever dual stream. There's 55 people watching my YouTube. Hi, YouTube people! You wrote a comment there? I wouldn't have read it anyways. Yo, guys, say hi to the YouTube people. Everybody say hi to YouTube people. Hold on, let me check let me check it. I didn't even realize.
There are comments there too. I was thinking like how will you reply to those comments?
Oh, I don't know.
Welcome Ronnie _to the bear gang.
I don't think there's a live chat there.
Stop
Oh, there we go.
There's a live
Oh, look, there are people there. Oh, there they are. I see. Oh my god, I didn't know this. This stream sucks. You're right.
The same people there, dumbass. Like I was watching both.
Oh, now I see them. I see everybody. I've never used YouTube Live before.
Someone should clip.
And now there's a naked woman dancing on my...
Ew.
Look at you. YouTube is way behind Twitch. Well, there's a lot of people that can't use Twitch at work now, and they're going back to the office, so I did YouTube for them.
And then how does it work on YouTube? Like how do you make money?
How do you make money? Was that all you care about? You're such a woman. Get out of here. You don't make money off that. I know you think I've been streaming to make money this whole time? If that's the case, I've failed miserably. Hi, little dog.
Ooh.
Okay, are you still like...
I'm watching it. I love it. I'm so excited. I went.
Are you as excited now as you were last night when you had both your hands grabbing the top of my head?
Bye.
Bye. All right, back to it.
Hey.
Yeah.
Dad's birthday today.
It would have been my dad's birthday today. You're right. Today would have been his
So we're eating seafood tonight?
63rd birthday today. Wow.
Seafood tonight?
Seafood tonight? No, no. I know he loved seafood, but let's not. Like, come on. Can I get back to my stream and not make it weird? All right. Not sure if I should keep swing trading or if I should start using a drip for more long term. I do both. So when I swing trade and I have positive results, I'll take the profits and I'll just buy the dip on some of my divvy portfolios and have that drip set up. Your stream is weird. You've been following me since April of 2021 and you're just now realizing my stream is weird? If you had to short a stock based on interactions from the tailgate. The tailgate stream was awesome with S-Fan. If I had to short a stock, I don't know what I would short. How'd the tailgating go? It's good. All right, so we bought some Disney last week. Let's take a look at that position and see where we're at on it. Let's see if we can leg out of that position. Because I'm still not a big fan of what Disney's moves right now. All right, where are we at on Disney now? Also, we need to talk about Vietnam and India. I know that a couple years ago we talked about how they look like the biggest emerging markets, and now we had the president just come back from a trip from India with a surprise visit to Vietnam, where there was also Boeing news. All right, I'm gonna sell 5 of my my Disney shares here. No, I'm gonna sell 3 here, the other 2 later with a trailing stop loss. Just go ahead and take the W today. Make sure I lock in those gains on the way up, in case it pulls back, but keep the remaining position in for the upside. And I'm actually going to take that, and I'm going to buy more RTX with it. What do you think about the Baba dude quitting? You think that they quit? Do you think people over in China like that quit voluntarily? Funny guy. All right, let's go back down to RTX. Okay. Buy 2 more. For those wondering why I'm buying RTX despite the dip, same reason I swung trade it last time. Remember, guys, RTX is dealing with the engine issues right now. We do have this is a big deal, right? I mean, it could cost them hundreds of millions of dollars, and it's going to affect Boeing and others when they have to come down and take care of this. But here's my thing, all right? All right, it's just me. It's just me, okay? I'm just some idiot with a camera. But why am I buying RTX again? So last time we bought it, it went up about 4% in a week. Even though the market was down, we sold most of it. It's come back down. We're actually red on the remaining shares, but I'm adding to it. Because, now, I don't have my notes from last month in front of me, but I remember most everything, for me at least. RTX, guys, this is Raytheon, right? RTX, this is Raytheon. Okay. Couple things to keep in mind. Their jet engines had a malfunction, or had a engineering flaw in them, and it said they were going to have to ground all the planes and fix them or replace them. They're talking about the potential of $700 million that's going to cost them. That was the original announcement that came out. RTX fell. Well, in my opinion, or for me at least, they have gone from, what was it, $7.9 billion in cash on hand. That's how much cash they have. So even at $700 or $600 million, that puts them at $7.2 billion cash on hand. Now, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but generally this is what it was, somewhere in this range. That's not going to cripple a company. 10%, right? It's not going to happen. On top of that, the reason it's falling more today is that they are saying they're going to have to ground even more planes. It's going to cost even more money. Even if this comes into 1.5 billion, okay, which is significant, you're talking about 6.4 billion. Still a lot of cash on hand. But why am I going to buy this dip? I don't care about this shit. That means nothing to me. That means absolutely fucking nothing to me. We're in the middle of a war. We got bricks heating up. But there's one thing to keep in mind. This cash on hand is just going to grow right back, because doesn't matter if you vote for a party that has a D or an R next to it. There is one industry that they all agree on and they always work together on, and that is the military-industrial complex. Okay? And I'm not going to quote Eisenhower here. And if you think I'm making this up, just look at the last budget, the last debt ceiling, the deal that went through. There were cuts, there were slashed, there were negotiations on everything except one thing. Anybody? Anybody know what the one thing that they didn't do any cuts on, and they didn't put or they didn't do the cut or the ceiling on? Military spending. Well, in this case, we call it defense spending, even though It's because that's psychological. Saying defense is will give an easier justification for giving money instead of saying military spending. Because if people knew that 25% of our military spending went to off the books, unaccounted for money, and the rest of it was holding an empire overseas, it'd probably have more questions. So call it defense spending. It sounds better. And guess what? The moment that happened, there's actually an ETF right now, the new ETF that covers Navy contracts, which might be one of the best. If there was more liquidity, I would invest in it, because I tell you guys every morning during the morning call about the big contracts that come out, and every day it's like, RTX gets another 700 million contract, LMT 1.3 billion, SAAC 1.5 billion. It's always Navy, sometimes Army, sometimes Air Force, but Navy. There's a shitload of money out there. And the reason that this happens is, and this is just anecdotal, I was in the military 20 years ago, okay, 16 to 20 years ago, and I was deployed overseas in Afghanistan, and I watched as they just threw away equipment, and they burned fucking perfectly fine equipment that they called, outdated or dirty or scratched or whatever, because you're not going to get more money next year if you didn't spend all your money this year. Right? If you come and you say, I need a budget of $1 trillion, and you only spend 990 billion of it, well, guess what? You're going to have a hard time asking for 1.2 trillion next year if you didn't even get what you got this year. Very simple mathematics here. Okay? Anybody who's ever worked in the corporate world knows that your marketing budget at the end of the year, why do you think they hire like some nobody to come be a fucking motivational speaker for $1,000 a plate dinner for your corporate event at the end of the year? Why do you think the corporate Christmas party changes every year? How much money do we have to blow? Okay? And the last of it ain't going to you. It's going to their end of year retreat. But don't get me started on that. You got to spend it. Okay? You got to spend it in order to get more. It's fucked up, but that's how the world goes. I hate to tell you, okay? All right? Now, another thing to keep in mind is that we are giving a shitload of what we call old equipment, okay, to Ukraine, right? Well, what happens then? Well, if you give a bunch of equipment that's still in use or is in a reserve stockpile away because it's old, outdated, and you're helping the cause, well, what do you do then? You can't just have a void. You have to replace it with newer stuff, which costs more money and needs more research and development and goes into the new budget. So yes, I'm buying the dip. Do you think I should invest in stonks? No, I think you should invest in the market. Invest in yourself first, and then the market, not in stonks. No offense, but if you start out, your first ever message in here is, should I invest in stonks? I think you should get into real estate for sheds, for Peruvian mountain workers. What are some good industries to look into? Don't try to look into... The more you try to buy individual shit, the worse you're going to end up. Because... And let me tell you, it's human psychology, but let me tell you what happens, okay? Stocky, I could buy VU, the Vanguard S&P ETF. And that's great. I'd be making 7-10% a year and be doing great. No management fee and getting a dividend. But man, I noticed that 6 different companies account for 26% of this. And if I invested in those 6 companies at the beginning of this year, I'd be up 50% instead of 18%. So why not just buy those companies? Microsoft, Nvidia, Google, Apple, Meta. Well, sure, that's great. And that worked out unless you did the top 7 companies in 2000 and now you're broke. But here's the other thing. You get a taste. And you're like, damn, this one individual stock that I'm in outpaced the rest of the market. Fuck, why put it in the market when I can just find stocks that do that? I'll just value stocks, or I'll just get blue chip stocks or I'll get dividend stocks. And the next thing you know, you have 100 different positions open because there's always a new stock. There's always a new opportunity. There's always a new value. And then what happens? Now you can't fucking babysit all of them. So maybe some news came out about this one that it's going to drop the stock 50% over the next 2 years, but you don't pay attention to it because you're so busy with everything else that now this becomes a fucking negative 50%, right? And this one is a positive 30%, but now this one is a negative 16%. You don't know where to go with it. Next thing you know, in 5 years, you squeaked out a positive 17%, and if you had just left your money in the total market ETF, you'd be up 55%. This is just how it goes. This isn't me trying to, deter you. I'm just saying we've all been there. That's just how this shit goes, right? Like, you can obviously allocate it differently to be more aggressive, right? So, for example, in a good year, if your allocation were to be like 50% VU and 50% QQQ, obviously you're going to get more returns and more aggressive because you're putting it in tech. But at the same time, you're in concerns on the way down. You know what I mean? Like, if you wanted to be very aggressive, and you'd probably outpace, because now you're getting those top 7%, those top 7 stocks that make up 25% of the S&P, plus all the other crazy tech runners, right? So you can decide that. And having a few blue chip stocks or having a dividend section or whatever, or a few speculative stocks is fine. But but I'm going to tell you, there are people in here that start out so fucking smart and end up so degenerate without even meaning to be. It's just like a slow bleed, you know what I mean? You can if you do it full time. I do it full time, and I still have a hard time sometimes keeping up with all my positions. Like, there's sometimes I'll look at my portfolio and be like, oh, shit, I forgot I own that. I'll give you an example. KXIN is a small little speculative EV company from China that I had been buying little bits of on the way down, right? Dropped some down. I was down like 20% on it, but it's like, all right, I'm going to buy this as a speculative bullshit. If I would have missed one day, I was sick, I wasn't streaming or whatever on Friday, I want you to see why this is so crazy. VTR, new high a day, by the way, guys. This is something we talked about this morning in the morning call regarding the new activist investor for them. Hey, yo, Foggy with the 10 gifted. Thanks, baby. By the way, we were absolutely fucking right about Fubo. We missed it by 3 minutes, but that was absolutely right about that oversell bounce back because it was just it hasn't been confirmed yet. Once it is, this shit'll fall again, but it wasn't confirmed, so good play if you played that. But let's take a look at KXIN, right?
Welcome fractured _ butthole to the
Hey, fractured butthole. What is that? What is what? What are you talking about? Have you tried forex trading?
Goblin to the bear gang.
So, I've been playing.
Welcomes Soul to the
Yeah, I own a big position in Novo. I've been playing little bits of NVAX on the way down, right? On the way down. In one day, right? On Friday or on Thursday.
Welcome Shakalaki to the bear gang.
Okay, look at this move. Okay, the month of September alone, it moved 119%. So I scaled out of this shit. But if I wasn't trading on Friday or Thursday, whatever day it was, I would have missed out on most of those gains. Because look, the next day, it drops 50%. So I don't know where this is going to go. And that's why it becomes so difficult, because you just never know where things are going to end, or where they're going to go, or what's going to happen. Like, that's why I have such a small... It's okay to have small little portions of your portfolio and some speculative shit or some whatever like that. That's great. But you have to understand that we always go in thinking best case scenario. What's going to happen if this? What's going to happen if that? I try to go into every trade thinking, how much am I willing to lose? Right? That's how I go in. And so that's where I set my stop losses, and that's where I set my stuff. Anything above that is good for me. But the problem is if you don't go in with that plan, you don't have to think that negatively the whole time. But if you don't go in with that downside plan, then you end up just continuing to buy on the way down. You lose more money, or it stays flat, and that money could be working better somewhere else, right? It's the emotions. It's always that. For me, it's like, okay, this is what I'm willing to lose. And anything above that's good. Once I get green, I tighten up that stop loss, and then it's like, or I expand it maybe, and say, okay, now it's green, let it ride. But if it stops me out, it stops me out. I could always go back and play it if there's a better entry, but just to keep buying and buying and buying because you're sure something's going to go up, I've been there. We've all been there.
Welcome, Faramar, to the Bear Gang.
Sounds like me when I go on a date. Every time I go on a date, how much can I lose from this? Well, sir. Never mind. We gotta act nice. We have like 3 new people watching on YouTube. Hi, YouTube people. All right, VTR still doing really nicely. There goes Fubo with that nice bounce back. We saw it coming. It was a great play. If you caught that bottom right there when we saw that consolidation, it dropped a little bit more, but a nice bounce back there. Always wait 5 minutes after stocky buys because just like he says, the entry's lower than you think. Okay. Touche. Those people already left after reading your half-filled out stream description. Sir. Okay? It's day 1, all right? I'm working on it. All right? Okay. All right. Good play on SGMA this morning. We're in KVU. Got the second entry on the way down. Both entries are green now. So now we have a new stop loss in that's a lot tighter. So KVU, the reason I'm playing KVU today is because of the FDA's basically looking at the Tylenol lawsuit and telling the judge to go just whatever, we don't care, meaning that they're probably not really caring about this judgment. Doesn't look like they're going to make any big decisions on them, so that's why we played the daily on KVU. We got in pre-market with half the position, saw the entry on the second say, put in the 21.68 buy, got down, got filled, actually got down to 21.60 at one point, but now we're back above both entries, means we're green. I think we're up like about 1.1% on that, so now we're going to put a 1% trailing stop loss in there, let that one go. VTR still doing really good. We talked about that this morning pre-market about the activist investor. VTR, once again, is the company that you know, is in charge of building hospice cares, nursing homes, assisted living facilities, and retirement homes. Largest generation in history going into those facilities. They're set up for it. Problem is they have a fucking cash management problem. That's the idea of the activist investor coming in and saying, hey, we're taking a bigger position, getting some board positions, and saying, hey, we need to fix this shit. At least we hope. So that's why they're getting some love today. Fubo, big drop off of the announcement of Charter and Disney. Bounce back, stop losses. If you have them, they should be good to go there. Disney, nice little play. We legged out of some positions there. Did buy the dip on RTX this morning after they got the announcement that it's going to cost them more money than originally thought in order to fix the engine issues. So we've got a lot to go over. The UAW strike we should go over. The New Mexico gunfight, that's going to be real interesting. That's going to be a huge state versus locality rights issue going on for those who are unaware right now. There's been, when I was stationed in Albuquerque, New Mexico, when people think outside of New Mexico, think it's all just like Western, you know, town and like adobes and like Native Americans and like, you know, whatever, desert and shit like that. But there's a lot of people that live in some of those locations. Actually, I just described Albuquerque and New Mexico pretty well. But either way, we've seen there used to be a lot of violence in Albuquerque, especially near the military base that I was at in Kirtland. And so we call it the war zone. A lot of gangs in that area. And so there's been a rash of shootings recently. And because of that, the governor put a gun ban. Now remember, New Mexico is also very free, like minded, like the old West kind of thing, and so they generally are very pro-gun over there. But for those who are unaware, let me just bring up the news article here so you guys can see. New Mexico So here you go. This is kind of unprecedented. So their governor temporarily banned carrying guns in public. Let me just let you guys listen to this real quick. Which is crazy because this is going to give a lot of fuel to online arguments and fires about, well, the government would never just ban guns, or the government would never go against their own laws, or the government would never do anything like that. Because we hear a lot of arguments saying, well, we don't want this because the government could do this. And so when you see this, this is going to have bigger implications over time. And the reason that this isn't a big thing right now is because the sheriffs and the police chiefs are refusing to enforce it. So, Stocky's MAGA outbreak incoming. No, I'm not here to tell you. I'm not here to give you my personal opinions. I'm telling you what's going on. That this is going to lead to a lot more discussion about this, not only because a person in a government setting is doing this, but because you're having a fight between officials that enforce the law and it, which is something that we talk about in an already politically divisive environment. I don't like that lady, but her competition last election doesn't put red chili on his mashed potatoes, so I wouldn't vote for him. The red chili's trash. It's green chili all day. What fucking New Mexican are you that you choose red chili over green chili on your burrito or your potatoes? I should ban you. How dare you? I was only there 4 years and I know it's green chili all day long. You make me sick. Why not both? Because in New Mexico, we don't take too kindly to mixing colors on our potatoes, if you know what I mean. My partner and I are saving money to either rent, buy next September, depending on the market. What's the best place to hold our savings for a year? High yield savings or an ETF? The best guaranteed would be a high yield savings because worst case scenario, it just they stop offering it, but you don't lose anything. The S&P, you're with the macro conditions right now. The market should be flat or going down, but it probably won't because nobody cares anymore. But if you're saving up for a house, I don't care what anybody says. Take the guarantee because here's the thing: you may make more if you're right or the market goes up in the S&P, right? But if it goes down, now you can't buy the house. And if the housing market stays high or the market goes down or the housing market goes higher or stays high, you're doubly fucked, right? Take the guarantee all day long. Take the guarantee all day long, especially when you're getting at 5%. Now, it depends on how much money. Obviously, $250,000 is what is insured, but yeah, take the guarantee all day long. Why is it, and I'm not asking you individually, I'm just curious, why is it everyone keeps referring to their significant other or whatever as their partner now? Like, I never hear anybody say my husband, my wife, my boyfriend, my girlfriend, my fiance. It's my partner. It's just something I know. Is gender neutral? When the fuck did fiance become gender? My significant other. It's gender neutral. Oh, okay. I didn't make the connection there. I guess if you're not getting married and you don't want to... What? But even my significant other is gone away now. Maybe that's just because it's too much to type out. Like, I still introduce my wife as my ex-girlfriend sometimes. I just love to see... I just love to see people's face. Hi, I'm Jason, and this is my ex-girlfriend, Chilpy. You mean wife? Easy there, buddy. Are you sure that she appreciates you gendering her? Who, my... What? Holy shit. I just saw that my NVAX $10 calls for October went from $67 to $100, up 100% since this morning. I didn't even buy the dip. I wasn't paying attention. Wow. That's insane. I did not know that I was 50% down on those. I didn't even look. Wow, look at that comeback. That was the play today, huh?
Welcome Marek Unforsaken to the Bear Gang.
Okay. All right, great trading today, guys. SGMA, almost 8% out the gate this morning. KVU, we had the drop. We averaged down. We're now green with a trailing stop loss. VTR still pushing today at 1.23%. We legged out of some Disney shares and moved those over to RTX shares on the swing trading portfolio. So that's looking nice today as well. So having a great start to the week right now with trading, both day trading and the swing trading IRA. Not that you should ever swing trade in an IRA. Also, we found out that we're God traders today. We accidentally made an additional $350,000 this morning. Always love when that happens. So good times there. Also, we need to run marbles real quick, and then I want to go over the news with you guys, not just touch on some of the stuff we talked about during the morning call this morning, because obviously we went into in depth on everything this morning, a lot of news and a lot of notes. But there's a few things I wanted to go over that I thought would be really interesting and would get you guys' blood boiling, which I always love to do. So we're gonna do that, and then somebody sent me a life hack. I didn't see what it was. It's how to save money to buy a house in 2023. I guess it's about budget eating. Corn's not really healthy, though. What the? Wait a second. Okay, never mind. No. Okay, you know what? Let's just run marbles, and then we'll talk about other alternatives to saving to buy a house. And I'm glad I just paused that. I have a feeling that kept going. Let's just do marbles. All right, for those of you who are new here, we're going to run a game of marbles just to kind of cleanse the palate once we get done trading for the day. Basically, I'm not planning on taking any more trades unless it's on my watch list, something that comes into an alert. But we already made 3 trades this morning. One of them got stopped out for 7.5%. The other one we're with our stop loss after the bounce back. We cannot lose money on. VTR, we have a 1% trailing stop loss, cannot lose money. That means 3 trades today. All of them are going to be green no matter what. Swing trading, we got lucky with Disney, just pushing that to RTX. There's still a few other potential ones out there. Just to keep an eye on it. We do have NVAX and the vaccine stocks going into tomorrow's CDC decisions, despite the news that they gave that we'll go over this morning. And we have Oracle after hours. Keep an eye on them. They may have a run. I'm a little concerned about their earnings because I think that they're going to kill it on revenue with their cloud, but I think that their expenditures are probably going to be high. We'll see. Keep an eye on that. But that's where we get done. So now, for those of you guys who are coming in or new here, we do marbles now, and then we just pivot to news. Real-time stuff that happened over the weekend, and some stock news, and then at some point I will black out, and I'll lose my shit at somebody in chat. There'll be something that happens. I eventually get naked. It's a good time. So let's hop into marbles. I don't know why I'm acting like I'm talking to new people. I think I'm just so proud of myself for figuring out how to stream to YouTube. So hi YouTube, I see you guys over there. Appreciate you. But yeah. There you go. So wait, no, this isn't. I look over to YouTube and see one comment, and the first comment I read is, "Oh, cross-dressing like it's the 1950s." God damn it. Big fan. Just happy to be here. I don't have fans. Hey, You guys be nice to the Twitch people. Stop it. Or to the YouTube people. Okay? Be nice. No, exclamation point play does not work. I don't think it works if you're on YouTube. I like this old guy. Hey, I didn't ask... All right, let's just do marbles. You have a delay on YouTube? YouTube's always delayed compared to Twitch. People just don't know it because everybody's streaming on YouTube. I opened the stream on YouTube as well so you get a bigger audience. Wait, is everybody just have both of them open? Wait, are we like botting our channel? Are we like botezing it right now? Can I get like embedded somewhere? You guys are weird. All right, let's hop into marbles, and then we're going to get some stuff going, okay? Why Stocky being so... What today? I'm not being brand safe to... No. Although somebody did... I did go back and watch my part of my stream from the last week doing something, looking for something, and somebody goes, Stocky, I used to watch you a lot more, but then things just started getting kind of crazy. And I was like, wait, haven't things gotten more calm on the show? Didn't they used to get more crazy? And then I was like, I DM'd them like, hey, can you tell me what you... And then they blocked me or ghosted me or something.
Welcome Doshus2 to the Bear Gang. Subbing on the 11th of September hits different.
That's
US
weird.
Outlying Islands.
No, we're not doing that. It's probably because you went from so much trading to more blackouts. How dare you? Listen here, you little Okay, you know what? Maybe you're right. Let's go. All right, marbles time. All right, we need a song in the Billboard Top 100 from 1950 to 1980. So somebody give me a year from 1950 to 1980. Stucky was 1950 to 1980. Somebody. All right, we got 1958. Billboard Top 100, 1958. Wow, this is going to be interesting. All right, give me a song from number 1 to 50, and then there was a tie for number 50. Number 12. Okay, number 12 from 1958 is The Purple People Eater. All right, let's get going. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. You know what the prizes are if you win. If you don't, I'll tell you what they are as soon as you get done. Let's go.
Well, I saw the thing coming out of the sky. It had a one long horn and one big eye. I commenced to shaking and I said, ooh, it looks like a purple people eater to me. It was a one-eyed, one-horn flying purple people eater. One-eyed, one-horn flying purple people eater. A one-eyed, one-horn flying purple people eater sure looks strange to me. One-eyed. Well, he came down to earth and he lit in a tree. I said, Mr. Purple People Eater, don't eat me. I heard him say in a voice so gruff,
I wouldn't eat you 'cause you're so tough.
it was a one-eyed, one-horn flying purple people eater. One-eyed, one-horn flying purple people eater. One-eyed, one-horn flying purple people eater.
Okay, who has access to my YouTube that updated the description? How dare you?
What's your line? He said eating purple people and it sure is fine. But that's not the reason that I came to land.
I want to get a job in a rock and roll band.
Well, bless my soul, rock and roll flying purple.
Yes, that's a picture of me when I was 22. Leave me alone. All right, let's go.
People eater. Friendly little people eater. What a sight to see. And then he swung from the tree and he lit on the ground.
When's the TikTok stream? I tried figuring out TikTok last night, but give me one at a time.
With a swinging tune.
Sing a bop bop a boop a lap a loom bam boom.
Well, bless my soul, rock and roll flying purple people eater. Pigeon-toed, undergrowth, flying purple people eater.
I like short.
Wait, can you say pigeon-toed anymore, or is this a 1958 thing?
To see. Well, he went on his way and then what do you know? I saw him last night on a TV show. He was blowing it out, really knocking him dead. Playing rock and roll music through the horn in his head.
Hey, Stocky, big fan. Just want to say love your video on YouTube video on Bitcoin. I have a YouTube video on Bitcoin? I didn't even know that. Everybody, I don't know. Wow, what a jump. Yellow card. Wait, I should get yellow card on the stream. Yellow card is too big for you now? These songs, it's like my high school playlist. All right, let's get into the news. All right, so, yeah, no, my playlist, it depends. Like in high school, we used to burn CDs back then. So we used to have those, and I worked at Walmart in the electronics section, so I used to do it all the time. But I used to go to, you always went to a friend's house to use their LimeWire to crash their computer, and you would have it. And I remember I had that, you had your CD visor, and you had your little like CD thing, and you would carry them around, and it was crazy, and it was insane. And then, whatever. Yes, I just admitted to pirating music, whatever.
Welcome, Anthony is me to the Bear Gang.
Anthony's me. What's up, buddy? Who won marbles? No Soup for You 5 won. My first car was a 1990 Chrysler LeBaron convertible. That was my baby. And it had a tape deck, so I had to get one of those CD players that had a connecting wire to a tape that you stuck in the tape deck, and it would always skip. But we didn't care. And then I got a Bronco. I've owned 2 white Broncos in my life. I actually never. So, fun fact. Not that you guys, nobody asked, but I'm going to tell you anyways. The car I owned very few. I've owned very few cars in my life, and they've all been shit cars. Except for the one I had before this one that I had to get rid of when we had the baby. But my first car, 1990 Chrysler LeBaron convertible. This was my car. This was my first car. I bought it for $3,000. And I'll never forget, we got the car, and it was when I was 16 and a half or whatever, and it was winter, but we didn't care. We put down the top, and we drove from Waynesville to Asheville in the snow. But that was my baby. Black top. And then I had a Bronco 2. I think it was an 88. Then when I got in the military, I didn't have one until my buddy Ozzy sold me his car, his T-Bird, for $1,000. And the roof was like falling off, and the seat was broken. And I was like, it didn't matter. I had that car for $1,000, and then the brakes went out on me on the interstate, and I almost died. So that sucked. And then I had another Bronco. Then I had a Mitsubishi Eclipse. And then a 2002 Jaguar S-Type. And now I have a family car. So there you go. There you go. Good times. Dude, I thought I was so cool with the fucking Jaguar. It was a 2002 Jaguar S-Type. There she is. There she is. Except mine was teal. That's what when I worked in the hotels, when I finally got sober and got my way up to working through the hotels, and I finally had enough money, I went and bought this car. And it's so funny because you think you're slick driving a Jaguar, but it didn't matter. It didn't matter. I got it for like $4,500. I was happy. The last car we bought, we own 2 cars. We have my wife's 2008 Corolla, and we bought the 2016 GMC Acadia when we had the kids. What year Eclipse did I have? I had a 2003 Spider. Or no, 2003. I forgot what it was. 2003 Eclipse GTS. There you go. Except mine was silver. And it was great until I was driving. I should have gone to jail a bunch of times. I was being an idiot, and I was drinking and driving, and I rear-ended somebody. And didn't get, well, long story short, I went under the truck, and so it ripped my down the hood. And then I tried fixing the hood myself, and then it was falling off, and it was just a bad fucking car. But yeah, there you go. New York Fed, August 3-year ahead expected inflation at 2.8 versus July's 2.9. Oh, so we expect inflation to go down by the New York Fed? Really? Huh, interesting. All right, well, KVU's still doing really well. We got NVAX giving a little bit back now. VTR still holding up pretty well. And then stop losses, if you guys took Fubo on that consolidation right there, you probably should have got stopped out somewhere here. So it should have given you a nice 10% gain, 8% gain. Either way. Oh, man, you are so white. What's wrong with that? All right, let's hop into the news. All right, so let's run down some of the news that we had this morning. Obviously, if you want the full breakdown of the news, we do it every morning in the morning call. The recording is up. It's open Friday, so everybody, if not, you know, it's there. If you want to listen to the full breakdown of everything that I did in the morning pre-market, it's there. Otherwise, I'm just going to kind of touch on some of it now, just so you guys kind of like have a little bit of the understanding. Plus, there's some articles I wanted to bring up on the daily. We still have our trades of the day that are open. We'll see how that happens. Earthquake in Morocco, guys. We do have another, you know, tragic earthquake, natural disaster. We remember the Pakistan had the floods, and then we had earthquakes in Turkey. Now we have them in Morocco. This is in a rural area. There are 2,100 people that have died. They're expecting that number to go up. The New Mexico gunfight. All right, this is one that we were talking about. So let's get into that new thing. I'm gonna let you guys watch this. I haven't watched this, so I think we should watch this together and see what they say, and then we'll discuss this in a terms of not political Andy, but in the terms of the market, because this is something that's publicly traded, and we'll talk about how this could set precedents. We always talk about precedents on this channel, and it's very important. So let's take a look at this real quick and see how friendly chat is to each other as this gets played. Okay, just throwing it out there so you guys, you know, like I said, I'm sure there'll be a great conversation. No hothead, no, nothing wrong, nothing going on. Immediate restart your PC immediately. Why? No, fuck you. I'm not restarting my PC. All right, should be a very civil conversation in the chat. I'm sure 2 minutes can't. Not. I mean, what could possibly go wrong in 2 minutes? Right? Nothing. All right, good. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at this, and then we'll discuss.
Emergency public health order temporarily banning the carrying of firearms in public areas in the Albuquerque area. The ban includes residents with open and concealed firearms permits. The move comes after the recent gun violence deaths of 2 children. Here's ABC's Zareen Shah.
Do not comply.
Tonight, protesters publicly carrying firearms, defying a 30-day ban by New Mexico's governor as Albuquerque reels from the shooting deaths of 2 children.
It is time to declare an end to this kind of violence. It is, in fact, an epidemic.
The emergency public health order by Democrat Michelle Lujan Grisham suspending both open and concealed guns, excluding law enforcement and licensed security.
No one right now in New Mexico, and particularly in Albuquerque, is safe at a movie theater, at a park, at a school, at a grocery store, at an Isotopes game.
That's where authorities say 11-year-old Froilan Villegas was killed and a woman critically injured in a drive-by shooting just last week. And 5-year-old Galilea Samaniego died last month when shots were fired into a trailer home where she was sleeping, according to police. They say a 19-year-old woman and 4 juveniles have been arrested and charged with murder.
They deserve adult consequences for what they have done.
Tonight, 2 gun groups joined by local residents filing lawsuits calling the order unconstitutional.
We have to stand up as Americans and say enough is enough. Stop going after inanimate objects and go after the real problem, the criminals.
But Governor Grisham says parents who've lost their children have rights too.
They deserve my attention to have the debate about whether or not in an emergency we can create a safer environment. Because what about their constitutional rights? I took an oath to uphold those too.
And Lindsay, New Mexico had the 7th highest gun death rate in the country in 2020, according to the Center for Gun Violence Solutions. But Lindsay, the NRA tonight says the New Mexico Bill of Rights guarantees the right to keep and bear arms for security, defense, and all other lawful purposes. Lindsay.
Zareen, thank you.
All right. So why are we even talking about this? Because this could lead to precedents in other states. Now, the reason that we're looking at this is because the lawsuit is going to go through. Now, I know I have a lot of people that are European in the chat, so a lot of you guys are probably confused over the debate here. One of the things that's going to come out from this is there is, in some people's view, this is overstepping of authority by an official, especially considering the fact that they're supposed to be superseded by the Constitution. And the state laws state that if you have a concealed carry weapons license or even open carry, you're allowed to, and this is unconstitutional. We'll see what happens in the courts. Some people think this is a good thing. Less people having guns means there's less chances of fire, violence and people dying. Others are going to say, great, so now the people that are carrying illegally already that may be deterred by legal carriers know that people aren't carrying legally, and so therefore they can actually create more crime because they aren't going to follow the laws anyway. So you're going to have that debate on both sides. I remember anecdotally when I was in New Mexico, there was actually a debate going on, and then it kind of went down because there was actually a guy who went to a Walmart and jumped the counter and started stabbing his ex-girlfriend, and some old-ass dude, some like 90-year-old guy, pulled out like this long 44 Magnum and shot the guy, killed him, saved the lady. And so you're always going to have the good guy with a gun argument, and then you're also going to have people that say, well, what about people that, have guns, and the more guns there are, the more likely there is to be violence. So we'll see how this plays out in the courts. The reason I say we have to watch this is because if the court upholds it, then we might see other state governors do the same thing. And that could be something that could actually affect the gun stocks, because people might go for a run on guns if they're concerned that this is going to happen. So we'll keep an eye on this. I'm not going to give you my personal politics on it because you don't watch me for that shit. So obviously this is a debate for the courts and for you guys. But, this is something that we will watch because it can have big effects, especially in a state like New Mexico where you do have a lot of people. Now in Florida, it's the opposite. They've actually made it to where you don't have to have a license to carry open carry or to carry concealed anymore, which was interesting because we used to always have a concealed carry weapons. And now you don't have to have a license as long as you're legally allowed to own one, which for some people will look at this as a win for gun rights. Others will say, well, now it's people that aren't licensed. Now we don't know if they're trained, because in order to get a license, you have to go through training. So it could lead to more potential accidental deaths or, spur of the moment, whatever. We'll see how this plays out. This is going to be something we really need to watch. This is something that we really need to watch. Yeah, I have a concealed carry weapons. And the cool thing is that Florida actually is their CCW is recognized by like 34 other states. Gun-related violence is inevitable as long as guns remain open in the U.S. Once again, I think that here's the crazy thing about stats too, is that stats can be interpreted or manipulated, whatever word you want to use, to break either to support or counter any argument. And I've seen that a lot when it comes to guns, especially when it comes to things like homicide rate, right? Like in the U.S. we have a very high homicide rate via guns, compared to anywhere else in the world. But you could take those same stats and look at them and say, well, per capita, if you look at it from gang violence, which is like, illegal guns, right, then that takes a big chunk, and suicide a big chunk, and stuff like that. And so then it actually becomes very low. But at the same time, you have, gun violence. So, when it comes to the politics of it, it's not an easy subject. You're never going to have an easy subject or an easy discussion on this. I think that there should always be a discussion on things. I don't think that anything should be black or white. But at the same time, there's a discussion, and there's going to be people that are going to be able to look at both sides of something and say, well, this points to why it's good, and this points to why it's bad. Yeah, like I said, I'm not here to give you that. Like I said, there's people that think that it's that removing the guns would fix it. Other people think that it's the people behind the guns, not the guns themselves. Some people say, well, and like I said, that's a discussion for lawmakers and politicians. I'm just some idiot with a camera that talks about stocks. Was the carry voted on by the people? I think your viewpoint will change as your kids get older and get into school. And I appreciate that you say that, and a lot of viewpoints do change. I once again, I'm not here to discuss my personal politics. I know that was actually not bait, that was genuine, and I can tell you that my views on a lot of things have changed, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I think everything should be, it's legal or illegal. Like I don't think that it automatically, it's never as easy as we want to think. Even when you talk about finance and economics, right? Like somebody says, well, how would you fix, the housing market? Well, it's not that easy. Like, how would you fix the national debt? Well, it's not that easy. Like there's no black and white. And the more simple somebody tries to make a solution, the less competent they are. Like if somebody says, oh, just give everyone guns and then everyone will be, safe. Well, that person's probably not competent. Somebody's saying, well, ban all guns. Well, in America, we're past that point. That's also not a competent argument. Everything is more complex. Like I said, national debt, right? Some people would say, well, just raise taxes on billionaires. And others would say, well, allow the free market to go. It's not that easy. And it's the same thing like when you're trying to invest in the market or buy a stock, right? Like you say to yourself, like look at RTX, right? It's not that simple. You look at it and say, well, they're going to lose a lot of money because of the engines, and this is a huge thing for them right now, and we're at the tail end of a war. Sell the stock. Okay, but what about all this other stuff we talked about? It also seems like it's almost an easy buy, but what about all the negative? I mean, look at Target, for example. I mean, I've been up and down in that stock for a while now, and it seems like it's so easy. Either it should go up or it's dead. Who knows? There's so many factors there. How do I improve my trading? It's not that easy. Do you think many Americans think that the right to bear arms is outdated, considering the Constitution was written and how massively things have changed since then? Here's the thing about the Constitution, right? So one thing that people forget about America, a lot of people think, well, America has this problem or that problem, whether it's a lot of things. Remember, America is also the greatest experiment in human history when it comes to governing. What America was never done before. There was never this idea that the people would run the country, and obviously it's changed since then. But to this point, it's worked, right? It's worked, although it's not the same as it was. People change, technology changes, times change, and therefore there are always updates that need to be made. But our founding fathers, or the experiment that was done, made it to where it would be very difficult to make changes. And while that's very frustrating, it's also a beautiful thing, because what happens is that it makes it almost impossible for there to be any type of authoritarian, whether it's Democrat, Republican, social, capitalist, whatever. It's meant to be that way. And so when you see bills stall and fights between parties and shit doesn't get done, as frustrating as it is, it's also a positive thing, because it means nothing can be railroaded through and people can't make knee-jerk reactions, which has led to some of the biggest travesties in history. But as far as what you mean by things being outdated, there are things that are outdated, and it takes a while to get them to get fixed, which is frustrating, but is also positive for other things. And that's what amendments are for. It just takes it takes a lot of work to get that done. And that's why I jokingly, but never serious about saying, well, this country is better than that country, or that country is better than this country. There's always things behind the scenes, and it's a complex issue. It's a very complex issue. Unfortunately, we still get knee-jerk reactions like the Patriot Act. Yeah, that's a great example of you know, they often say, you know, don't let a good tragedy go to waste. They always say that sex sells. Sex does sell, but not nearly as good as fear sells. Are we trying to do Fubo? Oh no, we already did Fubo. Well, I didn't, but whatever. Not trying to start stuff. Was just curious as your opinion as a vet too. My opinion as a veteran doesn't impact my belief on everyday people's things. Like, I think that just because I'm a veteran, it doesn't make my opinion any better than anybody else's. But one thing I've always hated is people utilizing the idea of a veteran to push an agenda or disagree. Like, my grandfather and I always had a big discussion, right? Like, I was hardcore, you know, right-wing conservative, you know, growing up in the South, whatever. That's what I believe. I went in the military. And then I got a bit more of the libertarian. And then I became like, I don't like any of these fucking parties. I just want to fucking think critically. But one thing that him and I disagreed on, especially later on, was the whole Colin Kaepernick thing, right? Like, when he kneeled, he was like, this son of a bitch. He's like, he's kneeling on the, you know, on the people who gave him the right to make millions and millions of dollars, and he's shitting on them. The troops went and fought and died, and he's going to kneel and disrespect them. And I said to him, what do you mean? I said, I'm one of those people who went and fought for the country. And the whole reason I fought, you know, I said in air quotes, is so that people have the right to do that. Like, why would I be upset that he's kneeling when I'm literally supposedly fighting for the right to have the freedom to do that, when in other countries, if you do that, you can go to prison. Like, that's the whole point of America. Part of the whole great experiment of America is being able to do shit that you can't do anywhere else because you have more rights as a human being. And as a soldier, I'm fighting for freedom, and that part of that freedom is allowing people to do shit like that. Like, if I as a veteran soldier looked at that man and thought he should be in prison or lose everything for exercising the very rights that I was fighting for, then what the fuck am I? You know what I mean? So there was always that part there. All right? How do you feel that he spoke for your behalf as a veteran? Because he said that it's disrespectful to the troops that fought for this country. And I always believe that if I'm fighting for, and like I said, we won't get into the whole, like, my personal politics on the Middle East. That's why I put quotations on fighting for freedom. But the idea that, you know, someone exercising a right or freedom they have is disrespectful to the troops, it's like, wait, but that's the whole reason that we have the freedoms that we have, or some shit like that. But I'm getting too far down the rabbit hole right now. He did it because he was having a shitty season and needs some publicity. Once again, you're taking something from here to try to bring it here, and it's not going to happen. I'm talking about a specific thing. All right, we have two big IPOs this week. Or we have a big IPO this week, guys. We have the ARM IPO. Jesus Christ, we went off on a fucking thing there. All right, the one-chip bans. All right. Someone in our community sent me the one chip one time, and I did the one chip challenge. That was a rough one. But the parents of a 14-year-old who died after consuming the one chip are saying that the one chip is the reason that he died, and we are now seeing more bans. Okay, more bans. Stocky sold out. I just looked over at YouTube. It says Stocky sold out. Wait, message retracted? You can retract your messages on YouTube? Who is this guy? Hi, Jens, if you're still there on YouTube. I'm an idiot with a camera who finally figured out how to stream on YouTube.
Welcome Shu Ying to the Bear Gang. Would you rather do the one chip or eat another MRE?
I'd rather eat another MRE. MREs are fine. I mean, they're horrible the way I had to eat them on stream, but It's Four Locos all over again. True. It's weird that I'm reading both chats. But yeah, so the one chip challenge. So for those of you guys who don't know what the one chip challenge is, let me show you a quick little picture, and then you'll probably know. The reason I like to talk about this is because we have trends, and a lot of businesses are making bank off of trends right now. They're doing it with viral marketing. We saw it with the Grimace Shake. We literally thought that Grimace Shake would help McDonald's earnings, and they did. And we're seeing others out there that are actually doing really well banking off of some of these trends. Now, the hot chip is not necessarily, the one chip is not necessarily a publicly traded one, but here you go. For those who are unaware of the one chip challenge, here we go. Here is your article here. It says, after teens' death, stores remove one chip challenge from shelves. The death of a Massachusetts teenager after his family said he ate an extremely spicy tortilla chip has led to an outpouring of concern about the social media challenge and prompting retailers to pull the product from their shelves at the manufacturer's request. Feels like a bit of overkill. Are they going to come after that guy, the Hot Ones guy now? Oh, it's Hershey's. I didn't know. Oh, it is under publicly traded. I guess they bought it. Uh-oh. More freedoms lost? Oh, God, don't do that. They didn't take Tide Pods off the market? The box says, quote, the box says, keep out of the hands of children. It says it's for adult consumption only. Why are y'all selling it to a 12-year-old child? Patrick said. A 10-year-old Florida girl was suspended this week for bringing one to school. Oh. Oh, his last name was Patrick. I thought his first name was Patrick. 6 children from an elementary school needed medical attention after coming into contact with a chip. Once again, here you go with that complex, ban or not ban. I mean, think about it. Like, what if a kid brought Tabasco sauce or like green chili sauce to school? Like, here we go again. It's such a fucking difficult thing to say. Like, everybody, it's so difficult because people want the government to be their nanny state, and then when they are, they hate it, and it's just a back and forth. Oh God, I hate these things. I really do. I almost want to go off on it. All right, the UAW strike. So this is a big one, guys. Remember, let's break down the strike real quick. I think this is a good whiteboard session right here. All right, so UAW strike is this Friday. It's supposed to happen, and it looks like it's guaranteed to happen. It's part of the reason that Tesla's popping off today. Keep an eye on some other EV companies. So let's talk about this. So, great YouTube video here. Although I don't know how to get my chat back on the screen. All right. 2023, the year of the strike. Okay? All right, so we've had lots of strikes this year. It started out really with Starbucks was the big one, right? Started out with Starbucks. Okay? We had lots of locations start to do unionization. They were doing it individually, not at a corporate level, and it started popping off. We had a couple that were successful. Then we had some union breaking, and then we had them fire a bunch of people. They ended up losing a suit about that, and more of those people got paid out. And so we saw Starbucks. Then we saw American Airlines. No, sorry. Then we saw the Pilots Union and Delta. No, let me take that back. We saw the railroad strike, which was going to impact the U.S. economy at about $10 billion a week potentially, right? We saw this one. This one, the administration stepped in and kind of an arbitration with it. Railroad strike, the railroad union guys kind of got screwed on this one. The government kind of stepped in on this one. It is what it is. We saw FedEx. No, it wasn't FedEx. UPS. We had Delta. Airline pilots ended up getting 41% increase. Then we saw UPS. Okay, we started seeing them get they got their up to $150,000 for drivers. Now we're seeing we also saw American Airlines. They went in before Delta. They got an increase. And now we're also seeing what's the other ones that are coming out right now? We've got the Las Vegas. Hospitality. We've got the flight attendants. Which other ones am I missing here? Oh, we got the writer strike right now. And the big one, the UAW. Okay? Had a lot of strikes this year. Unprecedented, but it makes sense considering the fact that we've had so many, people move jobs, and we've seen people make more money moving jobs in the public sector, and we've seen, the GDP increase. We've seen profits skyrocket from a lot of companies. So what we're seeing is that these guys are taking advantage of good times. It's not a coincidence that some of the huge ticket prices and bounce backs on some of these airlines have caused this. UPS made record profits. There's a lot going on here, okay? But a lot of these are going down right now. Some of them have resolved, others haven't. But each time they're getting more and more benefits. And I want you to think about it like not a direct correlation, but look at it like the NFL, right? You're seeing contracts come out. And so when a really big star player signs a big contract, the biggest contract for that position in history, well, the next big star player who's up for contract is going to use that as a benchmark, right? They're going to say, well, look how much this, and I have nearly the same productivity or more. I want just as much, near, or more money. And it kind of like raises the bar. This is not me saying that people don't deserve money. I'm just letting you know how that works. Now, let's talk about the UAW. We've talked about all these morning over morning, but let's talk about the UAW right now. This one is the one that I'm watching right now because this one is at the biggest impasse, or the sides are too far apart right now. Now, let's break down a little history here. This isn't over just vehicles. This is over mostly EVs. Now, what started this? Inflation Reduction Act, Infrastructure Act, whatnot. The Biden administration is investing tens of billions of dollars, okay, into EV manufacturers. Most notably, U.S.-based ones. Well, U.S.-based. GM, Ford, and Stellantis. Well, this is where the administration is having a tough time because they invested all this money for them, but did not allocate any of it for workers. Okay, they didn't do like a special allocation within the bill saying we're going to give you this money, but you also have to increase workers' pay or benefits. That wasn't part of the deal. So now that we know that, okay, we know that this administration is huge on green energy and EVs, but also states that they're big on labor. Well, these union workers are looking at these EV companies and saying, you guys just got tens of billions of basically subsidies, basically extra windfall money that you didn't do anything to produce, and it's to up the production of this, and we're getting none of it. We're getting none of it. So we want some of that. I can see why they say that. I mean, you're looking at a company that's getting all this money to help develop and build these things, and we're part of that process. We are part of that. We should get some of that money. Like, I can see their argument here, right? And that's what's going on right now. So the administration is having to be very careful and probably quiet, but very careful about this strike because both things that they're supporting are at odds with each other. Now, let's fast forward. GM and Ford both came with an offer for pay. That was rejected. As of this morning, what we're hearing is that the 160,000 member UAW, okay, is asking for, 1, a 46% raise, 2, shorter work weeks, and the thing I think is the biggest one, pensions back. So one of the reasons that boomers are so well off is a lot of them worked for a lot of these companies that were booming post-World War II, and they worked for them for 20, 30 years. They left and they got a pension. And the fact is that as medical advancements happen and people live longer, it actually strains the economy and the younger people more, because what is the general thing that happens, whether you like it or not? The truth is that Social Security is run like a Ponzi scheme, right? It's not, but it's run like it. The people that are paying in now are people that your money is paying out the people that are on it. And the idea is that you're paying them, and then when you get there, the younger generation will pay for you to have your money, right? And it goes like that. Problem is we're getting a smaller and smaller population. As people age and live longer, they collect those benefits more, and their pensions last a lot longer. Think about it. Corporations, when they were paying out pensions to people in the 60s and 70s, I mean, the average life expectancy was like 66 years old. So if you retired at 60 or even 55, they were paying you out for a couple of years and you died. But now people are living to be 80, and they're like, well, shit, we're not doing this. And then there was a fun little thing where they found out that there was a loophole for CEOs to get their taxable income down by using 401ks. And then they realized, well, hey, we could just use these 401ks for lower income workers and push them off the pension plan. And that's what happened. And after the Great Recession of 2008, the last pensions in these major auto industries were gone. So they want the pensions back. So this is the three things that they want, the biggest three things that they want. The problem is the deadline is Friday. So the question is are they going to come down on their offer or on their demands, not demands, their ask, or are these guys going to come up on their offer? And if they don't, remember, it's just the EV sector for now. If they don't, that production is going to halt. And if that production halts, you're going to see others with the win, because it's going to talk about potential delays in production, stoppage in work, and deliveries and whatnot. So if that happens, you're going to see that some of these other companies are probably going to get a little bit of a bump. Tesla this morning got hit with an upgrade for AI, and the fact that we turned out over the weekend there's no new deal or no deal getting closer. You've also got, not that I like them, but you've got Rivian, you've got what's the other one? No, that's the Chinese ones. I'm talking about the U.S. ones. No, Nikola's doing Lucid. There you go. You got Lucid. You got FSR. You got a couple small ones. You do have XPEV. There's a few else out there, but XPEV is more China and Europe. But you've got some of these other ones that could potentially benefit. Now the question becomes, if they go on strike, does it spread to some of those as well? We don't know. The UAW doesn't represent as many of those. And that's why it's good or bad being part in a company that has a union, depending on your outlook on it, right? Like where you're at. But based on precedents, we've seen that these other companies have caved a bit. So, you know, you're talking about a time when this profit is absolutely insane. They don't want to lose it, but at the same time, they're trying to look at their books. I don't know where we're going to go from here. From the SAG-AFTRA standpoint, we have Netflix and Disney are leading the charge to try to get a new deal, because they don't have backlogs the same way as some of these other companies do. They don't have the IP that they can re-release on some of these. Now, I think Netflix is in a better position because they can just do licensing like they used to. If you guys remember the old school Netflix, I'm not talking about getting the DVDs in the mail. I'm talking about like when it was just all movies that wasn't their own intellectual property. They were just licensing and then bringing it in. They can survive on that. Disney, on the other hand, they have some backlog. They can regurgitate some stuff, but they're in a worse spot here. Okay, that's why they're leading the charge right now. They need this done. We already saw Warner Brothers come out last week and say they're expecting $500 million loss from this, okay? Now, another little funny fact about this is that you have some of these businesses saying that they are actually going to see a shitload more cash on hand, right? Because they're not spending any money. They're not spending money on production. They're not spending money on marketing. They're not spending. So they're going to have a lot more cash on hand, which could be good for them when they go into, when the strike is over. If it does ever end, they'll be able to pick up where they were off. But what is going to happen on the meantime? What's going to happen in between those times? And so that's kind of what we're looking at. And cable TV is getting a little bit of love from this, but I think it's all going to come down to licensing right now. And I think that some of the studios are going to do better than expected because they're going to get some licensing fees from places like Netflix, Hulu maybe, and some others because they just don't have anything. Now, they do have some backlog, but they're not going to be big hits. I mean, Netflix survives on that one fucking YOLO that works out for them every quarter, whether it's Stranger Things, whether it's Jeffrey Dahmer, whether it's Wednesday, whether it's Witcher, whatever it is. They have to rely on that because for every one that they have as a big hit, they have 10 or 15 or 20 that just flop. Squid Games, there you go. Yeah, Witcher's gone now that Henry Cavill's out. So, I'm blacking out again, but there you go. All right. Wokeature. Oh, God. Is everything woke now? Is that the word we're using now? Is just woke? Yeah, I don't know what happened. I used to watch HBO Max off of my AT&T thing, but now I can't log in because I don't remember my AT&T thing. Oh, God. All right, whatever. All right. Google and Microsoft water consumption. Here we go. Crypto bros about to be like, that whataboutism. I bought RTX at 77.68 during your rant. Oh, okay. All right, moving on. All right, so here you go. Here's the news on the water consumption. So, just so you guys are aware, we did get some news that Meta is also saying that their AI is going to be massive. But here is another thing that I wanted you guys to take a look at here, okay? Water consumption. Also, to the people on YouTube that are trying to say, oh, Stocky, we do not allow simulcast on web-based Twitch-like services to support streaming. Ha. Yeah, this is definitely TOS unless Stocky got permission, and I doubt that. I love it when you're so confidently incorrect. All right. Damn, YouTube got more haters than Twitch. All right, so back to what I was saying. Here we go. Water. Water. The big thing that people aren't paying attention to. We know Nestle's buying up all the water. We know, even Michael Burry's buying up water. Water is going to be huge, okay? So, here's something to look at, for example, okay? I want you guys to look at this here. Microsoft, okay, used 1/3 more water in 2022 than they did in 2021, okay? Which is, they say, is mostly for cooling their supercomputers. And that was for the development of artificial intelligence. Google's water use has spiked 20% over the same period of time. But here is a crazy little piece of advice, or not advice, little piece of info. I'm going to do these little whiteboards because they make great little TikToks and YouTube shorts. But here you go. Okay, to my one guy from Boston, it's called water. Or okay, take that speech impediment somewhere else, all right? Or sorry, accent somewhere else. All right. Ooh, what's a good doom and gloom title here? Tech companies stealing our water? Using up all the water? tech companies. Consuming all our... I can't even spell our. Our water. Gone sexual. Free V-Bucks. Okay. All right, so here you go. Okay. Oh, no, you can't say our big tech companies weaponizing our water, because you can't say that. Oh, I know. Is this a war on water? Oh. Oh, I know. AI may end humanity. In the most unexpected way. It's too long. Oh, I got it. AI's new endgame for humans. That's the one. AI's new endgame for humans? All right, let's just get to the fucking story, okay? All right. Here we go. So, Microsoft. 35% increase in water usage in 2022 from 2021. This was while they were developing AI. Now, a lot of this water usage is being for cooling supercomputers. Not all of it, but a good chunk of it. Google, okay, 20% increase in the same period. It's a lot of water. Okay? Now, the reason I say that this is an interesting little piece of news, and it's a great little short, because here's your thing. We know that ChatGPT has seen 3 months of declines in their in usage, but here's your stat of the day. Here's your fucking doomer stat of the day, and it's something that can make you look really smart or really like nobody gives a shit about you. Either way, if you need something to drop, some little knowledge, okay? Especially if you're trying... Never mind. Here we are. ChatGPT. ChatGPT consumes 15 ounces of water for each 5 to 50 prompts or questions you ask. AI is thirstier than you motherfuckers when I pull up some goddamn Twitch front page or something. A lot of the water's reused, yeah. But they can only be reused at so many cycles. What if I ask ChatGPT why it's so thirsty? Yo, Estwood, thanks, man. But, I mean, regardless of how much of that is recycled or not, just the idea that every 5 to 50 prompts consume 15 ounces of water is insane. I just think that's a crazy stat. I haven't even got into Bard yet. Like I said, a lot of it's reused. But as we get bigger and bigger, we still need more to be utilized. You are fear-mongering? Sir, you did see the whole 5-minute segment of me making a funny fear-mongering title for a non-story, right? Like, you're just repeating. You're just, like, agreeing with me, right? You're not trying to sound cool and smart, right? Because you do realize that that's the whole fucking joke. I'm hoping. I'm really hoping. Like, if you think that, if you really want to tackle the problem of water usage, let's go look at the Southwest United States, how much water it makes to actually make an almond. I mean, that's an actual thing. I thought you were going somewhere with that. No, it was just for fun. All right. How does a retail investor take advantage of growing water shortage? I've already said, buy land that has a spring on it. Just one that's like, oh my God, rewinding on YouTube stream is so fucking nice when you miss something. Holy fuck, Twitch sucks at that regard. Oh, okay. All right, moving on. You figure out how to do YouTube live? Yeah. Leave almonds alone. Almond milk. These tweets are crazy. Oh, my news tweets. Well, these are just my notes for the morning call. So what I do is either stuff from the night before or in that morning. I get up a couple hours before market open and I go through like 6 or 7 different sites and I click through different links and I look up these stories. And what I do is I read the stories. I see if it's something that's worth that matters or not. And if it is, I'll just throw a little like cliff note here so that I can go through all of them, and then when I do my morning call I can bring it up and then talk about all this stuff, because I'll just absorb the information, hold it, and then give this. And so it seems wild, yeah, but it's just a lot. It's just I like to make sure you tell me you're 70, and there's people that complain, Stucky charges 70 cents a day to go through all this in the morning. Bitch, did your music get you DMCA'd on YouTube yet? No, why? What, did I do something? Oh, I forgot I'm on YouTube now. Do you really think a soft landing is happening? For some people it is. Yes, a soft landing will happen for a portion of the population. That is correct. For everybody, absolutely fucking not. There's no way everyone's gonna have a soft landing. It's just not. There's no way for that right now. But there will be a portion of the population that does see a soft landing. And that just means who doesn't have debt. Thoughts on oil prices? You were just all glowing and happy today. I'm glad last night went well for you. Yeah. Me too.
You want the sandwich? I have 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, so this is going to be one of those landings where people who are out of debt or are not critically in debt right now are going to see a great landing because there is the potential, and I don't know how we're going to stagger this landing, but it's one of those landings where the rich are going to get richer. It's not going to be a crash, I don't think, like 2008. I see that there's going to be, I think it's going to be like more of a tiered like sector pullback at a time as we get there, but it feels like you know, the people that are heavily in debt are going to have to liquidate in order to stay afloat. Maybe not go insolvent, but have to liquidate. And if enough people have to liquidate over a course of a shorter period of time, there's going to be people that are going to be able to come in and swoop that up on cheaper debt. So we'll see how it plays out. But an actual soft landing for like a blanket soft landing is not going to happen. We've gone too high. We're in that debt cycle right now, but we've broken out. Like think of it like if you guys are a TA people, think of it like RSI, right? Like RSI, you got a dip down to 30 and then up to 70, 80 and then 30, 70, 80. We're like at that 90, 100 range. And so it's like, you know, when you're looking at a chart like that, you're like, I mean, there is a possibility that we slowly come back down into that healthy range, but we are trying to sell a second home. Painful right now. I know you meant well by that comment, but that really came out bad. that really came out. I don't think that came across the way you meant for it to. Oh, man. Oh. Soft landing tier list for easy content? What does that even mean? S-Fan said you have bad hygiene on his night stream. The hell does that even mean? That man is farming. That man is farming so hard, and it looks like it worked. Where could we look for fresh water springs? I mean, mountainous regions are going to be your best place. Places that have, you know, hard rock. Runoff from snowy tips. It didn't. We moved to another house trying to sell our old one. Dropped the price significantly. We are scared. Wait, what? No, not snowy tits. All I heard was runoff, hard cock, and tits. Of course you did. Are you looking to buy the ARM IPO later this week? It's just a tough one because ARM, you know, like something like 70% of people in this planet use an ARM product or a product that's touched by ARM in some way. So it's not like it's going anywhere. But the question is the valuation going to come in too high or is it steady? Like I feel like it's one of those IPOs where, you know, I have no idea. It feels like it's going to run for a couple days, then die off, and then I just don't know. I don't know. From a strict a now valuation, it's way overpriced. But future valuation, no. ARM is massive. It's a great name for it too. Can you break down the soft landing and those with debt not having a good time? Can you stop rambling garbage and just end stream? Yeah, I got you, baby. I got you. Don't worry. Done. I just ended the stream for you. See how easy that was? All right. Moving on. Okay. Soft landing. I mean, that's a difficult one. I don't really want to go through it right now because that could take a long time if we look at different sectors. Basically, the soft landing. So what they mean by a soft landing, let me just give you an idea of what they mean by soft landing. So when the Fed says something, we always get a little concerned because when they start repeating the same thing over and over again, we get worried. Remember transitory inflation? Remember that? This has turned into a podcast? Is that why the viewership's down? Because I've been doing less trading and more whiteboards and more news? Damn. I guess I have to go full degen again. 0-day options? Time for the 0 day, 0 DTEs, spy calls. Too much talking. You became too woke. You need to react harder. More TikTok investors. More nudes. More YOLOs. More booba. Where were you in 9/11? I was in high school. I actually had no idea it happened. We were in a classroom that had no TV or windows or anything in first period. And then we were going through the halls after the bell, just like walking. We were the only ones in the hall, and we didn't know why. You are bleeding shadow traders dry. Bro, we took a degen bounce play this morning on SGMA. We played Kvu. We're still in that. And we're in VTR. I love the whiteboards, but we need more stocks. Why the fuck is weed stocks moving? Weed stocks are moving because of recent talk of lowering the scheduling. Get your throat wet for me now? Okay, you got it. All right, let me force a trade real quick because apparently we're doing stuff. Little bro trades for 10 minutes, gets stopped out, and then yaps for 2 more hours. It's gonna be like that today, huh? Good sell on Disney, by the way, earlier. Gave it all back. Good selling. All right. Kvu's still holding up pretty well here. Fubo, nice swing if anybody took it there. All right, then I'll just end the news segment and we can move on to a couple other things. But let's talk about some stuff quickly. You can go back and listen to it if you want to. Pornhub age verification stalls out in Texas. This is going to be wild. We have people out there right now, like in Louisiana. I think was it Louisiana that started doing the face scan recognition or verification for porn sites. Utah did the whole banning without a scanned ID. Of course, people are just VPNing now. And now Texas is the latest, but there was actually a judge that ruled against them. Yeah, if you guys think I'm kidding, here we go. Which is so weird because it was right above an article about Twink. And I was like, oh, God. Climax face recognition? Well, I guess it would never recognize your wife. All right. Oh, here we go. The Texas judge stalled a law that would require adult content sites like Pornhub to verify visitors' ages.
Welcome, Obus, to the Bear Gang.
Okay. First and last YouTube stream. Hey, it was worth a shot. A landmark regulation that aims to prevent techies from playing... I'm sorry, wrong one. Texas is one of 6 states that have passed laws requiring these sites to ask visitors for ID uploads. Utah also uses facial age analysis. And 12 plus states have similar bills in process. Pornhub said its site traffic, which, by the way, is the U.S. 12th largest, plunged 80% in Louisiana after the state became the first to enact age verification in January. Nobody wants to put their fucking ID on Pornhub. I mean, how many of you guys would scan your driver's license on to get access to Pornhub? This is why VPNs are amazing. Even though I'm not currently sponsored, but this would be a great sponsored segment if I was. 20% actually down bad. Yeah, they're down bad, but that's like the old dudes. It's like people who download porn. It's like, what does YouTube say? Oh, I haven't looked over the YouTube comments. He neglects YouTube chat. I see. Lol. Ad refugees welcome. Oh God, you go over there. You take the delay instead of the ads. Pussy. Okay. What else are we at? Yeah, so that's the latest for Pornhub. So we saw that with Utah. They're actually doing facial recognition. I don't know. Like I said, in some states it's wild, like how governments will just or these organizations will just throw these laws in there, and then they'll be like, well, technically the people voted for it because they voted for us, and then when we vote for it, like, I didn't know you were going to vote for this. I wouldn't have voted for you. And the laws are so crazy with earmarks. Laws are so weird with earmarks these days. You've got, when I went to vote like 2 election cycles ago, I had to vote on whether or not I wanted to allow oil well drills or oil platforms to be drilled within a certain amount of distance off of the beaches. But if I voted against that, I also had to vote to ban vaping indoors. It's like, what? No. If you want to vape indoors, you got to let us have an oil platform on the beach. But if you don't want the oil platform on the beach, you got to ban vaping indoors. Welcome to how bills work. Nancy Pelosi, who's running again at 84, actually said, and this is true, you've got to pass the bill in order to read what's in it. Welcome to your Congress. When are we getting term limits? We're not. We're not. I mean, do you guys remember Strom Thurmond actually was in the Senate after he was over 100 years old? What if we want to ban vaping and allow the oil well on the beach? Well, I found the guy who's long on crude right now. What do you think about Home Depot coming up with Hurricane Lee? Well, it depends on what we see with Hurricane Lee. But if Hurricane Lee actually hits a populated center and is strong, you want to go in on Caterpillar for the cleanup. What does YouTube say? Why does the delay matter? It's not like he's doing something time sensitive. Oh, I regret streaming now. Be a streamer, they said. It'd be fun, they said.
Welcome OJ_simp to the Bear Gang.
Kind of late for that. True. Well, by the way, SFan will no longer be coming on the stream on Thursday.
Welcome Horse PhD to the Bear Gang. How have you been, Stocky, in 3 words?
How have I been in 3 words?
All about the scam train.
Tired but surviving. RTX puts printing today. Oh, fuck yeah. If you took prints over the weekend, you are doing great. I'm buying little bits on the way down. Speaking of which, I can't give you too much info, but CNBC, the president of NBC called me, and they want me to do another pilot for CNBC in a couple weeks. So we'll see how that plays out. I'll let you guys know. Check ACB. Yes, the Jaguars won. Yes. What is this? Whoops. Oh yeah, he's gone. No, I actually lost my first round in fantasy football because my tight end got 0 points. Barkley got nothing. Christian Kirk caught 1 pass. I started Lamar Jackson, and they just ran the ball after he threw an interception. So yeah, I lost. Okay. All right, where were we? What did I want to get with you? Why are you on YouTube? Hi, YouTube. Can you stop rambling garbage and just end the stream? You know what's funny? Tetanus is what I call you. Every single day I get my Twitch stats. It tells me who the #1 chatter was that day, and you were #1 every single day. You are down bad more than anyone I've ever met. Did you get to the strippers after? Did you get the strippers after StockGuy? No. So for those of you guys who didn't watch the tailgate stream, we went through the tailgate part, and we got to one of the rows, and there was a big group of guys. They were barbecuing, they were drinking Hennessy, they were smoking weed, they were in a blast, and we were hanging out with them. And he said that the strippers were coming, so I was like, oh hell yeah! And so we went down, and like we never got to go back. And I told S-Fan, I was like, hey, we need to go back where the strippers are coming. And he's like, no, we can't. And then like he off camera, he basically was like, we're on the front page and we're looking for sponsors and other stuff like that. Like, we can't go. And I was like, well, can I go? Like, you know, like I mean, you know. And then, but I realized that he didn't tell me that we were not going to be going back to see the strippers until after we had entered the stadium. But there's no re-entry once you leave. So I was like, either I go and hang out with these like bottom tier strippers, or I finish the stream. So I finished the stream. I was surprised you behaved. Well, no. I always tell streamers, like off stream before we start the stream when I do an IRL with people, I'm like, all right, so what do we want out of this? Like, what do you want from me out of this? Do you want me to just be like the sidekick? Do you want me to throw in a couple one-liners? Do you want me to kind of like, you know, do something and you can pretend to be like, oh God, don't do that, or like you go in? Like, how do you? It's your stream. I respect it's your stream. I'm not trying to take any thunder. What do you want from this? And so I want to respect people because it's their stream, you know. It's not like I want to do that. It's just that's how it is, you know. You play up to it. So yesterday or on Saturday, I had some one-liners, I had some fun, but it wasn't like a Jake stream where it was like just complete chaos. But we had a blast. Sag, bottom tier strippers, those are our future nurses. My mom was a bottom tier stripper. I think that's why she turned to. Never mind. Am I doing any IRL streams in Vegas? Sear said he would do one, but I think he's going to flake. But we'll see. I'm sure. I like to be on other people's stream because whenever I stream anything other than stocks and finance and economics, people just lose their fucking mind. All right. I keep getting ADHD'd out of this. You guys just want to see me make a trade? Is that all you want? You just want me to make a quick trade? Is that let pacify you fuckers? Oh, God. How do I subscribe to the morning calls again? T3 or Patreon. I still haven't got the chance to move over to Discord yet. Do you tweet that you're going on sometimes? Someone's stream? Do you tweet? No, not normally. I don't care about my Twitter anymore. I used to think Twitter was going to be a great opportunity for me to find people to bring into my stream. And then I realized everyone on Twitter is just fucking angry. And nobody is happy. And you're never going to win. So now I just fucking tweet just whatever randomly comes up. Okay. Let me just get through a couple more of these headlines, and then I'll look at some TTI stuff, because you guys seem to love the fucking TikTok investors bullshit. ECB decision is on Thursday, guys. For those of you guys that have been playing India and Vietnam with me for the past couple years, just so you're aware, the president did just visit India and did a surprise visit to Vietnam, where they had the Boeing announcement. We got the U.S. household wealth at $154 trillion. 73 million Americans are expected to bet on the NFL season, 60% up from this year. We got the Fed blackout going on. Smuckers, we know about buying Twink. Pepsi is looking to get has $175 million worth of Instacart ahead of its IPO. Crypto volume was at the lowest of the year in August. ARM is going live on Thursday. This is my favorite headline of the day. The FDIC has admitted that it could have done more to warn FRCB ahead of its collapse. Yep. No, my Twitter. I'm talking about my Twitter. Like, if I post, like, stock stuff, people love it. The moment I hang anything that's funny or joking or memey, people leave. Then we get other people in. You put the stock stuff, those people leave. You can't. You cannot. I've learned this after 5. By the way, guys, this week is my 5th year streaming on Twitch. I've been streaming 5 years now. It's insane. The greatest fucking experiment that I've ever had, and it did so well for a while there. The first 4 years were awesome. But here we go. So yeah, so the FDIC has stated that they could have done more to warn FRC, well now FRCB or FRCBQ, whatever it is, that they were in danger in case of, basically warn them that what would happen. Wish they would have, because I lost a shit. No, that was SIVB. So there you go. Meta with the new one. We've got Yellen with the soft landing. We played KVU today. We're still in it because of the FDA comments. So we'll see how we're... Oh, shit. We are killing it. There you go. Yo, little bro. Stucky only buys some stocks, gets stopped out, and talks for 2 hours. We're still in KVU, and we're making bank. So, eat a dick, okay? It was the right play today, and we did it, okay? Well, it was one of the right plays, I guess. There's probably Tesla probably was probably a better play, but, you know, that's if you got in early enough. But whatever, all right? Quit being a dick. Great play today. The one shadow trader in chat's like, yeah! Don't shadow trade me. Okay, so we've got that. We've got Uber maybe adding the handyman service. I look forward to this. We opened up the stream talking about advertising on butt cracks. Nikola, this was an interesting one. Nikola, their CEO, who's currently on the hot seat, is, I'm not shitting you, holding a fireside chat with shareholders following the fire, the trucks, 4 different trucks that caught fire. Yes. Eli Lilly would have been better today. Oh, I didn't play that today. Actually, you know what my best play of the day was? Selling Disney on the pop. Eli Lilly's only up 1.5% today. Why don't you play music on this channel anymore? I've been in the zone today. My NVO shares are going nuts. I love it. My mom bought Eli Lilly when it was $78, still holding it. Oh, if you've been in Eli Lilly for a long time, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Eli Lilly has been killing it. But you know what's funny? I was looking back at some of the biggest gainers over the past couple years, and we're still in the biggest gainer. No one has outpaced us on AEHR in the past couple years. Just throwing it out there.
Welcome Prime Minister Guy to the Bear Gang.
No, there's very few stocks out there that are up as much from the time we bought them than AEHR. Bruh, y'all gotta be able to chill without tunes. I think it's because I bring so much energy and so much stuff going on that, like, when there's like I stop for a second, it's dead silence and it just freaks people out. What's the ticker for Vietnam ETF? VNM. Let's take a look at ACB. I have some weird weed stocks. I mean, I own Tilray. ACB 46% at 77 cents. God. As far as my odd weird pot stocks, I have, what is it? I have a stock called HPPO or HPCO. It's called Hempaco. I bought it 49 cents. It's currently at 42 cents. Do you still own that weed company? India is mooning today. Holy. Well, remember, we talked this morning about the president visiting India and Vietnam today. So if I look at the overall return on my INDA and Vietnam ETFs, not the best returns of anything, but these are long-term, you know, emerging markets that I'm playing. So let's see. Overall, damn, SRFM having a good day today. Oh, Lilium is doing good today after we bought that last week. I'm going to sell 100 shares. Vietnam is the emerging market. Yeah, in my opinion, it is. You've got, you know, the potential for a lot of the manufacturing and production that's been currently going on in China, moving to Vietnam. Because think about it, Vietnam is right on the Pacific Ocean, easy to just transfer. You know, a lot of those ports a little bit further away, but not nearly as much for transit Pacific travel. They're U.S. friendly, cheap labor, and you know, very similar geographic location. So it's a good alternative, and we're seeing more and more manufacturing move there. I felt like a couple years ago that we would see a lot of a lot of China's dominance move to India, because the Indian, I married into it, but a lot of the Indian population was moving from villages to cities. They were becoming more tech savvy. There was a growing population of educated younger people, and they're very U.S. friendly compared to like China. And you've got the conversion rate is very low. So we started seeing a bunch of big tech companies start, you know, putting a bunch of investments, infrastructure over there back in 2018, 2019, and it's coming to fruition now. We're already seeing Apple move their iPhone production there. We're seeing a lot of them. I mean, Walmart owns 77% of Flipkart, which is insane. There's a huge push there for a lot of other stuff too. So those two countries, as far as GDP and as far as global economic powerhouses, I think that they are the biggest potential up-and-comers from 2020 to 2030. We're about 3 years into that, and I'm doing pretty well so far. But you said never marry a position? VFS was always a pump and dump? Oh, fuck yeah, it was. We got into VFS at 28, averaged down to 15 for a total average of $18, and sold at $79. I'm not allowed to invest in guns, weed, illegal drugs because my fiance works for a brokerage. Should I just sell this in real life instead? No. No. Get a new fiance. Also, that's bullshit. You're allowed to do it. You're not married yet. Or just sell her. Never mind. They have rules. They call it domestic partnership or something. I know damn well that you ain't the only dude. Never mind. Okay. Listen, here's what I'll say, okay? She's probably a great woman, okay? But vanilla trading is like vanilla sex, okay? That's all I'm saying. his partner. No, yeah, his partner. You got to say partner now, apparently. You're not allowed to say fiance or girlfriend or anything like that. I like vanilla, though. You may, but she gonna get tired of it. Do you have a sibling you trust? True. Although, never trust a sibling. Never trust anybody with your money. NVO having a huge day, guys. Remember, we're invested in this for the weight loss thing. NVO is now the most valuable company in Europe. Also, keep in mind that the new report we talked about last week with Wegovy actually apparently being good for your heart, too. That could be another selling point. So they're moving as well. KXN had that big week last week. We played KVU today, doing huge. VTR we played today, still up on that one. And then we played SGMA, and that was a good one, too.
Welcome Rejects Generator to the Bear Gang.
Why should you have to give up on gains because you're dating someone? They're going to pay you the money you're missing out. Well, his belief, here's what his thing is. He's a degenerate gambler. He's going to lose money no matter what. He'll probably do better not playing those stocks. But that's not his long game. His long game is that he's working for a girl who hopefully is either smart or beautiful or both and is working for a brokerage, believing that she's either A, going to work her way to the top, or C, you know, be successful there, make a lot of money, and then he's going to be able to make bad financial decisions and live off of her income until she gives him an ultimatum of stop trading or I'm leaving you, at which point he'll stop trading for a little bit until she leaves him for a different reason, and then he'll go back to trading. So he's got it all figured out, and he doesn't want to fuck that up because he doesn't want to fuck up it's like every one of those movies where you see the guy or if you're a woman and you watch the movie with the woman who's with the rich guy or you watch the guy with the rich woman and he like can't stop partying and fucks it all up. It's like that movie Ted, right? True story. I never watched Ted, the movie. I just never watched it. My daughter, as we were scrolling through Netflix the other day, said Teddy Bear. So I said, what? She goes, no, I want to watch a Teddy Bear movie. So my 2-year-old daughter and I watched Ted. And I saw in the beginning, it's the same thing. Like his girlfriend or his, you know, almost fiance works for a major company making a lot of money. And he works for doing nothing, smoking weed and getting high. And she leaves him because he just whatever. He has to make a decision. That's where my guy's at right now. She has that old Irish money and land. I'm going to play the long game. Oh, so she's British. It's a bad joke. Nah, she Irish? Yeah, then you didn't get the joke. Isn't that movie rated R? Sir, I never post on my Instagram, but did you not see the first time my wife left me and my daughter alone? I'm getting flamed all day. Look, this was our first daddy-daughter, like, date. We painted nails and watched Apocalypse Now. Jesus, 56 weeks ago. And then here was the other time. I mean, I never post on Instagram. Yeah, I married up. All right. VTR still pushing. KVU 2210 today. Great fucking pick on the day there. Okay. You remember what you were doing on 9/11 stock? Oh, I keep forgetting that that YouTube is live. Thoughts on Envos with 5 million buyback? I haven't thought about that. Saigon looks more modern than Toronto. What's Toronto? I don't see your nails painted. That's because I was taking a picture. Disney gave it all back. That's my best trade of the day. Was not anything I bought today. Was selling Disney on that pop.
Welcome Trex 1983 to the Bear Gang. You're cute too, stock.
Mediterranean hottie. My wife's from India. But sometimes the best trade you can make is not one that you bought. It's sometimes one that you sold. And I don't know where Disney's going to go, but, you know, it's like, okay, cool. We bought some Disney down. It had a big day. Sell some. It gave it all back. You feel better about that one because then you feel responsible. You feel like you kept to your strategy. You kept your discipline. You did what you did. You didn't get greedy. You didn't do anything. You didn't sell too much in case it keeps going, but you legged out. Those are the ones that feel better. And I bought RTX dip with it because over the next year, I mean, I have a very hard time believing that all the reasons that we wrote on the whiteboard that RTX isn't going to come back.
Anonymous donated $6. Thanks for your advice Saturday on the stream with this fan. If I drink, I can become successful.
That's not true. I didn't say that. I was being facetious. Also, somebody keeps donating exactly $6 every time they do TTS, and I don't have a special alert for that, so I have one for you. I have one for you. I'll add it later. What is this advice? This is a lie. This is a lie. Do not believe this lie, okay? Do not believe this lie. Oh, shit, my AgFaf is up 104% today, guys. I'm only down 97.91% now. What would you do if you were on American Flight 11 22 years ago? What a dumb fucking question. I wasn't there. I don't know. Do you think the NVAX will be accepted by FDA tomorrow? It's not about accepted. It's about the CDC recommendation tomorrow. But we'll see. The thing is that CDC this morning came out and basically was like, "Hey, you know, antibodies should be good enough for the new strain." So it's like, wait a second, that's not what I want to hear the day before you're about to do a recommendation of a new round of boosters or vaccines when I'm invested in one of the stocks. Like, I don't know. You know, the Jill Biden thing helped us push it to 10. We made 30, 40, 50% on it, sold that shit, still have half the position or 40% of the position going into tomorrow. So if it falls tomorrow, I walk away with profit no matter what, but I'd like to see a nice pop tomorrow. Come on, Kevu, baby. Let's go. All right. Okay, now, what is the question? What do we do?
Anonymous donated $6. Also, I tried your water drop stuff you have in your panel. The Nero stuff with Adderall really wakes me up.
Okay. First off, yes, I am sponsored by Waterdrop. It's been helping me drink more water. I do not recommend, condone, nor advise mixing it with any prescription medication. I need to make that very clear, okay? I hate drinking plain water. I need to drink more water. They help me drink more water, okay? That's what I do. I need some flavor. It's got electrolytes. It's got vitamins. It's all natural. I'm happy with that. That's good. I do not, in fact, mix my water drop with prescription medication. I want to make that clear. Okay, I keep them here. Okay, not my Adderall, my water drop. Okay. And I put them in my bottles of water or put them in my cups of water, and I drink them. And that's part of why you guys probably see my skin doing a little bit better, too, because I've been drinking a lot more water the last couple of weeks. Although I'm really hooked on that jackfruit, cactus, and cantaloupe one. That was really good. No, I don't have tremors. I was shaking the box because I thought it would, you know, like do. Do you mix it with non-prescription narcotics though? Are you one of those people that did the NyQuil chicken challenge? Why is 90% of my stream just me arguing and going back and forth with you degenerates? Let me check and see the YouTube comments. I'm sure they're much classier. Yeah, YouTube is free. Make sure you swallow your prescription pills with enough water so it doesn't lodge in your throat. Stocky's wife looking forward to the Uber handyman service. Okay, yeah, there we go. That's basically what I thought my YouTube would look like too. Man's shaking so bad right now. Joe Biden feels sorry for him.
1 year.
Twitch viewers are poor as fuck. YouTube better. You know what? Let's do another game of marbles. Let's wash this. We'll look at some TikTok investor things. And then we'll finish up with some actual fun articles. Including, did you know? Not that you didn't know before. But that Rotten Tomatoes might have been allegedly fixed this whole time. Dun, dun, dun! Yet all the money Stocky gets in Twitch is more than in YouTube. I make jack shit from Twitch. And I'm fine with that. Let's go. Oh, I don't know if I can tell you guys. I have a lot coming up. I have to go. Wednesday, I'll only be here for the morning call because I have to go do the follow-up on the surgery I had last month, and I have to go there, so I won't be here much Wednesday. Thursday, S-Fan should be here. Fuck that guy. But then next Friday, CNBC pilot. But then October, I have a dinner with the Twitch CEO. I don't know if that's going to be IRL'd or not. Then we have TwitchCon. Then we still have the Thanksgiving stream. We always do that every year. Then I have the fight in December. It's going to be wild. Although I'll be honest with you, I went back and watched the VOD of S-Fan and I at the tailgate, and the amount of people who lost their fucking mind about that I'm not 5'4" and I'm not like skinny or fat. That was the best part of the VOD. That was the best part of the VOD. Everybody not realizing that I'm a normal sized human being and I'm actually in shape. That was my favorite part.
Welcome Torikak to the Bear Gang.
Not the part where I was walking and then the first person that jumped out was a girl with like no bra and like nipples sticking out. And I was like, we gotta, interview her. She wanted to be interviewed. And everybody's like, no. I'm like, fuck this. We're doing it. We brought her on. That was great. The rest of the stream was great. But if you didn't see it, go check it out. I thought you had a stocky build, to be honest. Okay, let's just do marbles. Why are the YouTube people calling Twitch viewers brokies when half the people on YouTube said they're watching over there so they don't have to watch ads? All right, get in. Expect point play, go. You know what the prizes are. If you don't, I'll let you know afterwards. But get in. You know what we're doing here. It is marbles time. Also, if it's your first time here, first time viewer, get your first time chatter bubble away by typing anything while nobody can see it. All right, guys, I need a Billboard Top 100 song from 1940 to 1970. Somebody give me one. Give me a year. From 1940 to 1970. $1955, okay? And now I need a song from number 1 to... Oh, there were no Billboard 1955, okay. Okay. 1959, okay. I'm just worried because I know one of these are going to be very, like, time... and it's going to say a word that I probably don't want to hear here. All right, give me a song from 1959 Billboard. Give me a song from number 1 to 100. 100? Okay. Jesus, all the way down to 100. 100 is 7 little girls sitting in the back seat. You know what? No. No. You know what? Nah. Nah, I'm good. Okay, no. Oh, no. You know what? No. The names of these songs. Guys, hold on real quick. I'm sorry. We need to... I know it was a different time, but I'm over here looking at these songs, and it's like, number 100, 7 little girls sitting in the back seat. Take the Message to Mary, Baby Talk. Kissin' Time. Boy Without a Girl. Just a Little Too Much. The Tijuana Jail. Petite Fleur. Tall Paul. This is a different year. Teen Beat. Okay. Tragedy. Big Hunk of Love. How about we just play number 1? How about we just play number 1 and go from there? It can't be too bad, right? Right? Okay, let's go. Oh, come on!
In 1814, we took a little trip along with Colonel Jackson down the mighty Mississippi. We took a little bacon and we took a little beans, and we caught the bloody British in a town in New Orleans. We fired our guns and the British kept a-coming. There wasn't as many as there was a while ago. We fired once more and they began to run it on down the Mississippi to the Gulf of Mexico. We looked down a river and we see the British come, and there must have been 100 of them beating on the drum. They stepped so high and they made the bugles ring. We stood beside our cotton bales and didn't say a thing.
Okay, let's just go.
Our guns and the British kept a-coming. There wasn't as many as there was a while ago. We fired once more and they began to run it on down the Mississippi to the Gulf of Mexico. Old Hickory said we could take them by surprise if we didn't fire muskets till we looked them in the eye. We held our fire till we see their faces well. Then we opened up our squirrel guns and really gave them.
I love being here, and I hate that I'm here. Same. All right, let's go.
There wasn't as many as there was a while ago. We fired once more and they began to run it on down the Mississippi to the Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, they ran through the briars and they ran through the brambles and they ran through the bushes where a rabbit couldn't go. They ran so fast that the hounds couldn't catch them on down the Mississippi to the Gulf of Mexico. We fired our cannon till the barrel melted down, so we grabbed an alligator and we...
You want me to elaborate on the Battle of New Orleans, the War of 1812, Andrew Jackson?
We fired our guns and the British kept a-coming. There wasn't as many as there was a while ago. We fired once more and they began to run it on down the Mississippi to the...
I don't talk in this chat at all, but is this what you would call a U.S. folk song? No, not really. No, I'm not whiteboarding the Battle of New Orleans. Thank you. All right, here's another song from that year.
I'm just a lonely
Can I whiteboard this song? What, about being a lonely boy? I feel like you can just talk to chat. What's your take on the Heiken Ashy candles? I don't have a take on those. I don't use them. I don't even know what the fuck those are. If you were trying to get a aha, I gotcha moment, no, I don't use those. I probably know what they are if I looked at them, but as far as using the name, I don't use those. I'm sure if I look at them, I'll know what they are, but as far as the name, I don't recognize the name. Let me check my candles. Hold on. Oh. Yeah, I don't use these at all. But that's because I trade on the 1 minute. If you trade on a longer scale, it'd probably be more helpful. All right, where were we? Have you ever wore a furry costume? By accident, yes. Somebody sent me a fox costume that I thought was a Halloween costume, and I put it on stream. And now, for the rest of my life, I will be known by that moment. Accidents don't count. I think your parents count you, at least when the census comes around.
Welcome unfair fun to the bear.
It's a trend based, like I said, longer time frames would something like those candles would work better for you, but like on a 1 minute or 5 minute chart, it's not nearly as much. Way to pick the one guy kind of defending you. You must be new here. All right. So the rest of the news, guys, if you want it, this was another interesting one here. The Moxie experiment. This is them trying to build, create oxygen on Mars. They're giving up on that. A lot of stuff from this morning. How the Topher YOLOs do? FRZA. Topher YOLOs have been killing it recently. It hasn't moved at all. What about the other one? CNTX. This is probably going to run tomorrow. All right, there you go. Now he's going to jail for sure. His other YOLO from this morning. 15%. There you go. What was the stock you played during the hurricane? Played the run-up with the generators and then Home Depot when it hit. All right, who won marbles? Unfair Fun. He said, "Hey Stocky, you should whiteboard the Battle of New Orleans as my reward for winning marbles." You mother. That's cheating. That's cheating. That's fucking cheating. All right, I will, but just not right now. So there you go.
Welcome Syllabi to the Bear Gang. Hey Stocky, I lost my job, my whole company got laid off. Here you go.
I remember the last time we talked about, thank you for your prime. I remember the last time we talked about the Battle of New Orleans, I actually got corrected. I stated that the Battle of New Orleans happened after the British had already signed the treaty with the United States, and I was wrong about that. It actually happened while they had drafted it, but they hadn't signed it yet. All right, I'll give it to you on a day when we have a little bit less to do. All right, Where was our TTI real quick? All right, let me take a couple look at this. I'll put this out for, I'll tweet this now. I just got to delete this. Post all this shit. All right. There you go. All right, let me look at TTI real quick. Let me see what we have today. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? Everything about TikTok investors is fraud. I'm convinced.
$100,000 watch.
Think about it.
All right, all of these. First off, all of these motivational guys. I am convinced. I am absolutely convinced that a lot of them have some kind of crippling addiction or crippling depression. And it's like, you know how I always admit that, like, a lot of times I'll give life advice that I don't use myself. I'm convinced of this. I feel like they're all, like, projecting their pain. And it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I don't know what this clip is. I'm just looking. It says question mark. So I want to see what this says. Our latest today.
Robin, I appreciate it. I need to think about it.
What was it that you needed to think about?
I just want to think about it.
Was it the price, color, car, what it need?
I just want to think.
Was this a sales tactic?
Yeah, see? What's his job? His job's to advance and sell forward. Would you agree? Yes or no?
Yes.
Tell me you think about it. Listen, Robin, of course you need to think about it. I haven't given you enough information not to think about it. What I'd like to do is give you a quick 5-minute proposal of all the numbers, so when you go home, you got something to think about. Would that be fair? That's it. Watch. What did I say? You said I need to think about it. What did I say?
Wait.
Of course you need to think about it. I said I haven't given you enough information not to think about it.
That's... Is that supposed to be the sales tactic?
Welcome Esau _ to the Bear Gang. Yep, go.
There's absolutely... No, that's not... That's... what are you selling? Are you selling... Is this a door-to-door salesman? If I walked into a fucking Kinko's or a Best Buy and I was trying to buy an SD card and some dude did that to me, bro, I'd just leave. What 97%, and I just made that number up, but 97% of salespeople, if you pulled that shit, that's not going to work. This is the kind of thing where it's like everybody is trying to tell you, well, when you sell a multi-billion-dollar deal, this is what's going to happen. Ain't nobody out there selling these kind of deals. Oh, no. Is this a day in the life of? Oh, God. This is how you knew the top of the market was in, when all the Facebook and Twitter and Google and all those employees were posting on my day in the life of this, and it was like they were getting their fucking espressos and they were like working for an hour and then biking and doing yoga on the roof and then sliding down into their fucking hot yoga class or whatever. Like that was when you knew the top was in.
All right, come to work with me as a consultant in New York City.
Oh, God.
Are you guys aware that corporate America is literally just a fictional construct we all choose to believe in? Yeah, anyways, Ubered to the office instead of subwaying because I am lazy. Supposedly we share this building with the NHL, which is kind of cool. It took the elevator up to like the 900th floor, which is my least favorite part of the day because it's just kind of terrifying. Grabbed a coffee and then went to go find my spot for the day. We do like hoteling, so nobody actually has an office. You just like get assigned a spot. They've been giving us 2 laptops now so we can double our productivity. So I Excel modeled for 5 hours, ate some free snacks, got lunch with a coworker, and then the office dog walked by. He's so cute. We're so blessed. And then I had a meeting with like 100 people, Excel modeled for 5 more hours, and then Ubered home. Yay, corporate America. Let's do it all again tomorrow.
Hold on. My biggest takeaway from this is she doesn't know how to fucking count. 5 hours of one thing, lunch, 5 hours. Does she know how many? Is this like that guy who was talking about how I have 3 days every day? My first day starts at 6 a.m., ends at 1. My next day starts at 1. I get 21 days. Is that what the hell was that? You could be doing this if you had an office.
Welcome Titans Teeth to the Bear Gang. 26 months. No idea why I'm still here.
I don't either, but thank you for keeping my lights on. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hey, if I sell one home... Oh, God. Oh, God. The Fed needs to just raise rates to 10% at this point.
If I sell one home, then I'm hired. If I sell 5 homes, I ain't tired. If I sell 10 homes, I'm on fire. If you wanna sell your house, I got a buyer. Yeah. List with me and get some money. List with me and get some money. Open houses every weekend. Always working, ain't no sleeping. Hey, if I sell one home, then I'm hired. If I sell 5 homes, I ain't tired. If I sell 10 homes, I'm on fire. If you wanna sell your house, I got a buyer. Yeah. List with me and get.
This guy's the whitest non-white guy I've ever seen, number one. Number two, how do you miss if I sell one home, I'm hired? If I sell, it should have been if I sell 5 homes, I'm on fire. If I sell 10 homes, I retire. How do you not add that one? Okay? My God. What is his name? Little Foreclosure? Jesus Christ.
Bank came.
Oh, I saw this one over the weekend. All those guys that were putting out, you know, those videos about, oh, I'm buying this rental at this price and I'm flipping it and now I've got 60 homes, I've got 70 homes, I got 80 homes under management, and the Airbnb and all the short-term rental crash is happening. Here you go. This is what's going on right now. We you know, people say, "Oh, you're just a hater because you wish you were doing what they were doing." No, this is what's happening right now.
That's it, guys. The bank came. They said we want our cars back. They said you're in flex space real estate. It's really high risk. We want all our money back, and so I had to give them the cars. That's it, guys. The cars are gone, which means I have an empty garage. I have a bunch of old cars because those are the only ones I can afford now. I can't really afford
here
to
in
keep
my
those
empty
anymore.
garage in the Holiday Hills.
Yeah, that's what's up. Look, sometimes you need to know when to give up, right? And I think for me, this is the end of the line. Interest rates are at all-time high. Insurance premiums are high. The real estate market is really tough. There's not much money to be made. And so, as you guys clearly saw, my cars are going away. But remember, good times are bad. Cars are liabilities. Don't let anybody else fool you. Don't let
Oh, now we're
anybody
selling a course
tell
on
you they're
liabilities.
assets. They are liabilities, regardless. Whether you pay for them in cash or you get a loan, you know, you still have to service them. You still have to get new tires. You still have to maintain them. And that's all money out of pocket. So on this hot summer day, oh, he's even blocking my neighbors. Sorry, neighbor. I hope you're good.
Oh, God.
Anyways, on this hot summer day, if you see these cars, you know that they were mine and they're gone.
Oof. And that's happening a lot of places. You know, this is what people talk about with the housing market. They say, well, the next push in the housing market is going to be when inventory goes, when people start foreclosing. Well, nobody's foreclosing or getting foreclosed on that bought a single family home for themselves at 4 or 5% interest or lower. It's the short-term rentals everybody's worried about. But even those people are going to swoop in and buy. The car market, though, is different because unlike a home that has that appreciating value or has that asset value or has that equity value to borrow against and whatever, cars don't have that. And so many people, what was that stat that we looked at a couple months ago where something like half of everybody who bought a car now has a car payment of like $1,000 or some shit? It's insane. The amount of car payment, the amount of people that are going in debt right now. And I've told you guys before, car salesmen don't have to sell you expensive car. They need to sell you, they're not selling you the car, they're selling you the payment. And if they can drag that payment out, give you a lower payment over more time, they're going to try and find out how much you can afford. It's how it goes. This is what we're seeing right now. And the car market is different because obviously, you know, there's inventory issues and stuff like that. But the amount of repossessions that are probably going to take place. If you guys don't follow him, there's a guy on Twitter called the Car Dealer Guy or the Car Guy or whatever. He's really good if you guys like to key up with that. The Car... Not Car Dealer Guy. What's his name? Car dealership guy. Maybe it's not him. It's somebody else that I follow. I have to look. 3 hours ago. Average monthly payment for new vehicles financed hit an all-time high of $738. $738 is the average. Shut the fuck up. Why? Literally what I do for a living. Eat a dick, bro. But yeah, there you go. $738 for new vehicles financed. Okay? 10 years ago, that was your rent for a one-bedroom apartment. Now, if the average car insurance payment is about $200-something a month, you're talking about $1,000 per month just for your car, and most of these people are financing this at like 60 months and shit. It's insane. How many of those do you think are eventually going to get, if we do have a reset, how many of those are going to get pushed into for repossession? At this point, lease the shit for fucking 3 years, pay the same amount, and offload it to somebody else. I think off-lease is still the best way to go, but even that isn't working now. Off-lease, the company off-lease just went bankrupt in Florida. And this is why, as much fun and memeing and joking we have and trading stocks, stuff like that, I'm on a quest to at least help some people understand, because people don't get this, right? They think to themselves, okay, that's why I told you, this is why car dealers, I guess, sales guys get so much shit, so much bad rep. And the reason is because this is what they do. They make their money off of this, right? They don't have to sell you the car, they have to sell you the payment. They don't sell the car, sell the payment. Okay? Your average kid or average person who goes into life, gets out of high school, goes to college, gets out, whatever, has a job, does whatever. What do? They go to buy a car. And they say, okay, I'm making $3,800 per month. Okay? Well, the dealer's going to look at that and say, okay, well, how much is your rent and everything like this, right? Well, you say it's, let's say everything, your expenses are let's say $3,000 a month, right? Well, you're looking to buy a car. They don't want to sell you the car. They want to sell you the payment. And they say, well, you could get this car. I know you want this car, okay? But you could get this car, and it'd be flashy and nice. And I saw you looking at it. You really like it. Yeah, but it's too expensive. No, it's not. I could get you in this for $600 per month for 84 months, right? Yeah, it's 84 months, but listen, that's less. That's you still have the money to pay for that, plus the money for insurance, and by the time you get to your, halfway through this, you're going to get promoted, you're going to make more money, and this will be nothing to you. Okay? And to a young person who's thinking, because let me be honest with you, as guys especially, okay? We have this weird feeling when we're younger that cars are going to get us women. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just ingrained in our DNA. I don't know if it's because of society or what. But we have this feeling that we have a nice car, women are going to want to fuck us. I don't know what it is. It's just in our fucking DNA. It is so weird. It is so weird. But if you're selling shit to people, that's what you do. Is 20% a good APR? Sure. And it's okay to admit it. A lot of us went through that phase. We don't want to admit it, but we overpaid for a car because we thought it would get us chicks. Whether it was in high school, in college, when it was coming out. I mean, how many people graduate college, get their first job, and go out and get a fucking $80,000 car and finance that shit? And they all end up regretting it. So I'm trying to be like, don't fucking do that because we've been there and done that. You don't have to listen to us boomers, you know, but we've been there and done that. Okay? Nowadays, the car isn't even will get you laid, guys. The bar is so low, you don't need the car. Just don't be a creep and don't be fucking whatever. Let's move on. It's true. My friend's Aston Martin got me laid 4 or 5 times, and I lied. It was mine. That shit worked. Okay, an $80,000 BMW and an Aston Martin are not on the same fucking level. Also, fun fact, you can pay $250,000 for a car to try and get laid by a gold digger, which is basically a woman trying to bang you for your money, or you could spend $25,000 and go and actually bang the hotter women for that money. Also, we'll find out, don't care the next day who you are, and you saved $225,000. Ooh, these girls are gonna want to have sex with me because they'll think I'm rich. These girls don't care if you're rich as long as you pay them. Okay, moving on. So we have this weird thing about it. Okay, all right, we have this weird thing. You only have one life. Drive the cars you want to drive if you can afford it. Okay, not dosed 420. You need to go dose your 420 because you're not listening. I'm talking to the people who can't afford it. Okay? There are people out there that will do it. But back to what I was saying about this right here. Okay? Here's the thing. They're going to sell you this payment. They're not going to tell you that your $30,000 car is going to end up costing you $47,000 by the time you pay it off, even though you're never going to get to the end there. And when you go to sell it at the end of 84 months, you're probably going to get $6,000 for it. So you end up spending $47,000 and got $6,000 in return. Well, Stocky, it's not about the value of the car. It's what the car gives you. It gives you access to transportation to your work. Sure, so would a fucking $9,000 car or an $18,000 car. Right? I'm just saying, you know, there's this misunderstanding because remember, they're going after your now brain, okay? Oh, well, if it's only $600 per month, that leaves me $200 left over after all my bills. I'm still good. I could pay insurance. I could do this. I could pull some overtime. I'll be getting paid more. You're getting bled out. All right? You're getting bled out. And this whole idea of I'm going to buy a car to reward myself is so dumb. And guys, your car is not going to be what gets you laid as much as you think it will. Now, I'm not saying go out and buy a fucking shit junk car, but financing and leasing or financing an $80,000 BMW when you're making $45,000 a year is not going to have the ROI you think it is. If someone needed to hear that, there you go. If one of you guys are about to go out and buy a car, I want you to think about this right now, okay? And this is at a normal APR. There are people out there getting vehicle APRs at 15 to 18% right now. Is leasing a car ever worth it? There's times when it's worth it. It's like renting, right? I used to lease for a little while because I realized that I wasn't going to keep this car and that I just wanted to drive a certain car for a couple years, and I didn't mind overpaying for it because I was only going to pay for it for a year or two and then turn it back in. The insurance kind of sucked on it, but I paid the insurance up front. So, no, leasing is not usually a good idea, but if you just like to experience new cars and you don't want to have that large sum of money for a long period of time, then it's fun. Then you can just turn and then you can buy a car later on. I don't think that leasing a car is a smart idea, but it's not bad if you like the idea of not having to put down a lot of money or own a specific vehicle. If you have a family, don't do that shit. But like if you're young and you want to have a good time, don't go finance an $80,000 BMW because here's the thing. You're going to end up spending way more money on this if you sell it in 2 years than if you lease for 2 years. Because with this, if you buy a new car, not only do you lose the depreciation right off the bat, but you also paid all of that all that interest up front, and then you sell it for a loss, right? or sell it for less, and that's all out of pocket, when you could lease for probably the same, if not cheaper, and not have to worry about flipping it for the price when you turn it back in. Sure, your insurance is a little bit higher, but whatever. It's not the worst thing in the world. I wouldn't get used to it, but there are advantages to leasing. And depending on the market, you can actually buy it off the lease. Now, my favorite thing to do was to buy off lease, because then somebody else had to keep it under a certain amount of mileage. So they may have only been allowed to do 8,000 miles per year for 3 years. So they got there was only 24,000 miles on it. Bumper to bumper coverage the whole time. So they didn't have any accidents on it, because they had to be very careful. If they did, it was completely covered. And then I buy it with very low mileage and very low wear and tear without the depreciation. And that was a great move. But now with the way financing is, unless you can buy it cash, not really a fun thing to do. Certified pre-owned versus off-lease, there's always an argument there. But back to what I was saying about this. I want you to think about this, right? People always think that they don't get paid enough. And no, don't get me wrong. A lot of people out there who say, I'll never be able to afford a home or live the American dream or whatever like that, it's because they're in a really shit situation. A lot of them don't realize that as time goes on, you start to make more money, you have more assets, things start to go up. But there's also a portion of the population who's just getting screwed over. But there's also a very large portion of the population that is young and don't understand that they're also they're not doing anything to help themselves. They're sitting on $1,100 to $1,200 per month for financing a car, insurance, gas, maintenance, and looking around saying, I can't afford anything else. Like, I'm not saying that the world is fair and that you're in a good financial situation that you know, our society is helping in any way, but you're also not helping yourself. And I don't know if you realize that you're screwing yourself or not, but I just wanted to give people that idea. So here you go. Let's just give you a quick rundown of what I'm talking about, okay? Let's look at this right here. Okay. Let's say you want to get yourself an $80,000 BMW, right? They get you on that 84 months, right? 12%. No down payment. Who buys $80,000 cars? Do you know how many people graduate college with their first fucking job? Remember, they're not buying an $80,000 car. They're buying the loan. They're not buying the car. They're paying for the payment. Let's do 60 months. That's more realistic. Oh, how about this? 60 months, and we'll call it a $60,000 car. Okay. They're paying $600 in interest the first month. I haven't been here in a bit. God, you've let yourself go. What the I haven't been here in a while. Let me be an asshole. But welcome back. But yeah, here you go. This is what people aren't getting. You know what I mean? I mean, look at these guys with these pickup trucks, right? Some of them are getting $110,000 vehicles. Even if you push this down to 9%.
Welcome, Gazookas.
It's insane. Now, add this with your insurance, which they're probably paying monthly. And, you know, shit. Let's do a monthly payment. Remember, I don't have to sell you the car at $110,000. I have to sell you the payment. Now look at the monthly payment. It's only $750. I'm not selling you a $110,000 car. I'm selling you a $750 a month payment. By the way.
Welcome Oscar Grouch to the Bear Gang.
The average monthly payment for a new vehicle financed, $738. I don't have to sell you the car. I have to sell you the payment. But yeah, the payment's actually a lot more than that. This is on the $60,000 one. That's if you have a bigger monthly payment. But if I can stretch that down to $500 a month to 84 months, bam. Yeah, well, there's always things like you could trade in, you could do a big down payment. Those are for smart people, but I'm talking about for younger people. These are traps, and they don't understand what a depreciating asset is. They're thinking with their dicks, okay? It's just what it is. I'm not, ladies, I forgive me for a second. I'm talking about for the vast majority of my audience here. It's like I made a joke with S-Fan off camera. I said, I tell these guys to clear their head every morning, because here's the thing. When you go trading a stock, thinking about, oh, if this thing moons, I'm going to make enough money to get a yacht and women and stuff like that, whatever like that, I'm going to get rich. You already start losing, you get greedy. Clear your head first, then you start thinking right. Okay, same thing here. Okay, same thing here. If I buy this car, then people are going to notice me, people are going to like me. It's an idea. Or the idea of I'm doing this to reward myself. I see that as the biggest reason why people make these large purchases. I got a new job. I got a raise. I think that one of the greatest pieces of advice you could give to a younger person, if you could only give them one piece of financial advice the rest of their life, sure, it could be compounding interest, you could be all of this. If somebody said you can only give somebody one piece of financial advice from the time they graduate high school and nothing else, it would be, just because you make more does not mean you have to spend more. That's a fallacy that people get into and they don't learn until they're in their 30s or 40s, and they miss out on so much compounding. Just because you make more does not mean you just spend more or spend the same that you make. Oh, I got a $10,000 a year raise. Time to up my lifestyle by $10,000. No, you could be upping your lifestyle by $5,000, which is a lot, and putting $5,000 extra towards your long-term investment, whether it's the principal of your house, whether it's towards your loans, whether it's towards your 401k, your IRA. It's insane. And by the time you learn that, it's too fucking late. But people don't tell you that shit. People don't tell you that shit because the people you surround yourself are probably doing the same thing. I mean, look at it like with streamers, right? Like I saw a lot of streamers in 2021 when GameStop went off and stocks were up and viewership on Twitch was going nuts. Everybody had the huge viewership, huge money. And I was talking to all of them. I'm like, save your money, invest your money, do something with it. Do not fucking spend it, because there's a good chance that at some point we're all going to fall off, whether it's because our content gets old and stale, whether somebody else new comes along, whether there's a trend that changes, whatever. And if you spend like what you're making now and you don't have that later on, it's gone, right? And you see that's what happens with all these professional athletes. Like I almost wish that I would even do it for free, but I wish that I could go to some of these like these professional athletes, or college athletes, or whatever, and just explain to them, listen, don't surround yourself with people that blah blah blah, and understand that you're gonna make money, but that money is only gonna be made at that level for a certain amount of time. And if you have a lifestyle like this while you're spending like this, what happens when the money coming in is like this? No one wants to believe that they're gonna fall off. No one believes they're gonna retire. No one wants to believe that shit, but it's gonna happen. And when your spending is here and your income is here, you're underwater. And guess what? Having $1,000 is not a lot of money. Owing $1,000 is a lot of money. There is a big difference. Big difference. Now, you know, when I had my GameStop thing, I knew that I wasn't going to have another year like 2021. I didn't know I'd fall off this hard, but I knew it wasn't going to happen. So I tried to be smart with it. Had some, things that came up, and you know what? I never got upset that I had to spend a lot of that money on something that ended up being an emergency. That didn't bother me. I was thankful and grateful that I was able to take care of it. Because I think it's because I grew up the way I did, that instead of being like, oh my God, I made all this, and oh my God, I had to give it all because of this, it didn't bother me. I was just thankful that I could, because if I didn't, these people wouldn't be here today. So the same thing happens with these younger streamers. And a lot of them don't want to believe that it's going to fall off, or they think that, oh, now that I'm making more, I should spend more. And I'm really hoping that I get through to some of them. Yeah, no, for those of you guys who know what I mean about having 1,000 versus owing 1,000, it's a whole other game. A whole other game. All right. Where were we? These are just great. I fucking love these. This guy is my favorite guy.
Use the equity in your own home.
I'm sorry. This is I don't know who this guy is, but I need to know these people. These guys are amazing. You deserve more viewership. I don't deserve shit. Nobody deserves anything in this world. This world is not here to give you what you want. Nobody deserves anything. You work for it or it's not there. Sorry. I didn't mean to say that, but, All right, moving on.
You don't want to pay.
No, we're not going to talk about this guy again. That guy is insane. That guy just told you to buy cash instead of buy cash. Oh, this guy is great. Wait, he used to be that thin? The hell? Oh, here we go. Another big trend that goes around the internet. Explaining how compounding interest works. I'm glad that people are starting to learn how it works, but this is the problem. This is not how this works. This is not how any of this works. Money and gains isn't your problem. It's your mindset and consistency. Start $1,000. Trade only 3 times a week for each month. Month 1, $2,200. Month 2, $4,600. Month 3, $9,400. Month 4, $20,000. This is insane. Just double your money, bro. And it's crazy because one of the things that every day trader has in their head before they start day trading is, if I take $1,000 and I trade and I only get 1% a day, where will I be? And in your head, it sounds so easy and so simple. And you don't prepare yourself for that time when you go down 1%. Oh, shit, I got to get this 1%. Now I got to get 2% tomorrow. Oh, fuck, I lost another 1%. Oh, shit, now I need 3%. Now I need to put more capital in. Oh, my God, I need to be crazy. Gone. This happened to me when I started doing, when I first started trading options. I had a bank account, or a bank account brokerage, and I said, okay, I'll only trade with 10% of my money in options. That way, if I have one, 25% option trade, I make 2.5% overall. But if I lose 25%, I'm only down 2.5%. I bought an option. I was down 50% on it immediately. And what did my new green thumbed ass do? Well, I'll just take some of the money from this and buy and double down. Then when it goes up, I'll be fine. Welcome to the real world, kid. Welcome to the real world. Of course, then you learn how to be a little bit smarter with options, like, buying a couple months out and at the money. You learn. But no, in the beginning, it's all about that fucking weekly 10% out of the money that all it has to do. I buy for $1 a contract. All it has to do is go to $2. I double my money. And it'll happen sometimes. And you'll make $1,000, but you'll lose $50,000 trying to get that $1,000. And you either learn from it or you keep doing it until you bust out. Though I think the hardest part is the people who fuck up, and I know there's somebody out here that I'm talking to, is when you fuck up and you make some bad trades and you make it whatever, and you think to yourself, you know what? I'm just going to stop here and just be smart. But instead you're going, okay, I'll be smart once I get back to even. And then it goes to zero, and then you look back and said, why didn't I just listen to myself when I lost 20%, 30% and said, all right, it didn't work out that way. Let me just be smart. How much more money would I have now versus what I have now? But in the moment, we get caught up, especially when we're new and we don't know what's going on. We freak out. And that's why I say once you blow up your second or third account, because I know no one stops at one, then you start saying, I'm not making back any money. I haven't lost any money. That money's gone. It's gone. I haven't lost anything. This is how much I have. And this is how I'm going to grow it. And I'm going to be smart with it. And I'm not going to make the same mistakes. Once you can identify that money's gone, there's no getting that money back. It's not like, oh, I just have to do this to get that money back. It's gone. You're never getting it back. You made bad decisions. It's over, right? It's like having a bad breakup when you're, when you're going through life. You don't spend the rest of your life trying to fucking get back with that person. You just say, all right, I was bad in that relationship, or I didn't pay attention to her or him. I didn't know what I was doing. I was young. I was immature, whatever. Let me learn from what I made and build a better life with it. That's kind of the mentality you go into it. All right. It's like that TikTok girl, 2% a day. Fascinating things are happening on TikTok. What is this? You turned $42 into $21.40 using Young Indians. Wait, what? Oh my. Oh, okay. I don't know what. Okay, moving on. All right, let's see what this is here.
Would you rather have an 850 credit score, make $4K a week for the rest of your life, or $2 million cash right now?
What? That's a no-brainer, bro. Get the 850 credit score. Money is limitless when you know how to play this credit game, yo. Stop playing around, y'all. Get your credit up. That's one of the biggest things I would tell my younger self. Get your credit up. 850 credit score on a light day. Let's get it.
On a light day? What you gonna do with 850 though?
Bro, I'm gonna run it up on the back. I'm gonna hit the Navy Fed. I'm gonna hit the Truist Bank. I'm gonna hit the Alley Carver. I'm gonna hit the Alliant. All these different banks. But you got an 850 credit score. There's no limit to the amount of money you could get, bro. Information changes that situation. Let's get it.
Hey, man, let's run the play. Would you rather have an 850 credit score, make $4K a week for the rest of your life, or $2 million cash right now?
Okay, I got a whiteboard. I'm not even gonna whiteboard this shit. Okay, I just what he's saying is $4,000 a week the rest of your life. Now we'll assume that we'll call it taxable in case the IRS is watching. Okay, $3,200 a week. Okay, it's $150,000 a year. Would you rather get $150,000 a year the rest of your life after taxes? $2 million right now, or an 850 credit score. Number one, your credit score, if you have an 850 credit score, you're probably fucked, okay? Most people have the best borrowers, the best, credit people are usually between 750 and 850, just because under 750, you probably have bad credit. Over 850, you probably have no credit, generally speaking. His idea is, let me have a high credit score so I can go into debt. What are you going to do with the debt in order to make enough money that you're cruising by with $150,000 a year after taxes, net, for the rest of your life? There's this belief, and I don't know if it's this idea of, I think that these guys have, not this guy, but these people have to sell the idea of debt to make money, because that's the only way you'll go into debt to pay for their course, so they can be like, hey, it's just like real life. You're paying for something now that's going to give you dividends and going to give you growth down the line. Just like that. You're going in the hole for it now. I think that's why they have to do it. Going into debt to make money as just your only plan is so dumb. Now, are you almost forced to go into debt to get things later on? Yeah. I mean, you buy a house, you never make money on your house. It's not meant to make a house. I mean, you might, but generally speaking, you don't. But you go into debt to have the asset, right? You take a student loan because the idea is to get a college degree to go make more money, because on average, you're going to make $1.2 million over the course of your life more with a college degree than a high school degree, right? So there you go. If you spend $250,000, hopefully you make your payments, that $250,000 will in turn turn to $1.2 million more, minus the $250,000 plus whatever interest you pay, let's call it $400,000. You net $600,000 over the course of your life, right? Like, that's like the idea, okay? That's the idea. So it's not like debt is always going to bad, but this idea that I can just unlimited fucking debt and money and just pay debt, it's just so, people believe it. This isn't even parody. This is, people believe this shit. Why not the $2 million now and invest it? Well, I mean, you could, and if the market does nothing but go up over time, you're great. But you better hope that you time it right. $150,000 over every year for the rest of my life, I don't have to invest because I have a guaranteed amount. Like, the whole point of investing is to make money for your future self. But $2 million after capital gains tax, if I get 7%, yeah, I'll have more money, but there's no guarantee. Give me the $150,000. And then you think I'm going to spend all $150,000? I'll throw some of that in the market too. Bro thought he cooked. $150,000 a year is good now, but how about 10 years from now? Oh, you don't think I'm going to be taking some of that $150,000 a year and investing it? No. No. Here's the thing. Putting the $2 million now, remember, after taxes, so let's call it $1.6 million. Yeah, $1.6 million is great if you put it in the market at the right time and it goes up and you get your compounding interest. That's great. But you can't touch that money. The money you do touch is going to be taxable, right? So you're having to wait on that. What are you doing in the meantime while you're waiting for this? This is giving you that guaranteed money. Like I said, I would rather have the guaranteed thing for the rest of my life and curtail my expenses towards that. But some people would rather have the $2 million now. I don't know. But the idea of having a high credit score to keep going into more debt is absolutely mind-boggling to me. If I give you $100 million right now, what do you do? What did he say? I will give it to my biggest hater. Then that would motivate me to make 101. Oh my fucking God. Dinner with Jay-Z or $1 million? Is Jay-Z giving me $1 million? If not, then fucking take the $1 million. The hell am I going to do with a dinner with Jay-Z? I bet he's not even going to pay for it. And if he does, I get not that way. What the hell? What kind of question is that? I look over it. All right, what is this girl?
Take your house.
Nobody's even watching what she's saying. Jesus fucking Christ. Hold on, let me just not... Hold on. So I can actually listen to what she's saying. Okay.
Okay, I don't know who needs to hear this, and I don't care if anybody feels some type of way about it, but I'm going to put that out there.
Actually, I don't, because I'm looking at her eyebrows.
Did you know that if you bury a loved one in your backyard, that your house now is zoned as a cemetery, and you no longer owe property taxes, as well as you're no longer part of any HOA or any government anything. Your house is a write-off. It's tax-free on any upgrades to your house. And
babe,
they can never take your house after that. Generational wealth. It doesn't matter if you default on your mortgage or anything like that. They can never take your house from you, ever. They can't take it from your kids. They can never take it. So think about this. Back in the day when you watch things like Wyatt Earp and the movies, they go out back and they bury, their loved ones in their backyard. When did cemeteries become a thing, right? Probably around the first war when we needed money and we instilled, like, you know, war taxes, property taxes, all the bullshit, right? So cemeteries became a thing. Why? Oh, because they needed property tax. And
What?
they wanted you to pay a lot for funerals. When people used to just do cardboard and, you know, bury people 6 feet under and put them close to their house. But now they have you pay for a plot of land, pay for a tombstone, pay for a casket, put you in debt basically for a funeral to put your loved one on a property that's not yours. Because if you put them in your backyard, then you no longer owe property taxes and your house.
You can't live on a cemetery, though.
I don't
If
know
it's
who needs to hear this, but I'm just putting it out there. Just letting you know.
this is she's just taking the tax breaks of cemetery and adding burying someone in your yard and calling it a cemetery. That doesn't that's about all I heard. I was really focusing on her her conclusions here, both of them. But both of them are wrong because you can't put a house on a cemetery and you can't put a cemetery where there's a house. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't work that way. Okay? Those weren't the two things I was focusing on, Stocky. That's fine. Okay? But both of her points, while they... Okay, moving on.
Kroger, let me just get straight.
My wife took the last little bit of the meat from a sandwich yesterday and put it on the original bun, and this is what I'm eating for lunch. What the hell is this? I'm like less than 3 months out from my fight, and this is what I'm eating? All right. City council meeting. I see a guy with a whiteboard in the back and a guy in a Hawaiian shirt at the podium. And this is Los Angeles County.
To it, inflation is out of control.
True.
I just got back from a boys' trip to Vegas. Shout out to Bong. We're celebrating his incoming nuptials. And while we were there, we loaded up on fat bottles of Tito's. Bong crowd surfed, and Danny had a deep conversation with one of the bottle girls about the state of masculinity. Anyways, we're finishing up the night. Then we get the bill back. I'm not jonesing you dudes. Each bottle cost 800 bones. I can remember just a month ago when a bottle of Tito's cost $30. This war in Russia is killing us. Now inflation has affected us so hard that I have to call my dad to afford an epic night with the fellas. And now I want to know, when do we stomp our vans down and say nah? Inflation is so rampant that it has stifled one of our most basic rights, like bottle service at affordable prices. So that's why I'm here by requesting that the city of Los Angeles put a governor lock on inflation by keeping high-end booze affordable. Now more than ever, the world is so topsy-turvy. All right, late.
All right, late. Oh, God, that was the best part. All right, late. I got cut off. These are great. It's funny, too, because it's almost a mockery of how these things work. Because if you've ever been to one, I don't know if you guys have ever been one. I go to one every now and then, city council meetings, because most of y'all, no offense, but no, I don't give a shit. But most of y'all don't actually pay attention to local politics, even though that's what matters the most to your life. But going to these meetings is awesome because unless there's like a big ticket item, nobody's really there, and you're allowed to get up and talk about whatever you want. It's part of your rights. But no one ever does. And so some of these guys take advantage. It's hilarious. But can we start calling it inflation from now on? It will now be referred to as inflation. My manager is totally unhinged. They just divided a stack of resumes into two, threw one pile away, and said, we can't work with unlucky people. That's fair. Wait, this is that guy again. Oh.
Garrett, take your shirt off. Come on, Garrett. Take your shirt off, Garrett. Okay, now hold on. Now, Garrett's a killer. Am I right? Garrett, how old are you?
29.
Garrett, does this bother you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, doesn't bother you enough. Because if it did,
I
you wouldn't
agree.
have it. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
I mean it. Now, come on, put your shirt down. We don't need this. You don't need this. You got kids?
Yes, sir. 2 sons.
Okay. This is the last time I want you to take your shirt off in front of a group of people and not be in the shape you want your children to be in.
What Andy did for me is
What
he kept
the
me
fuck?
accountable, and he told me that I wasn't being my best self. And there's people in this world that can look at that and they can
I
say,
can't even watch this. This is bad. All right, whatever. What is this here? Is this financial advice? Don't let anybody bully you into looking a certain way, guys. If you want to look good, but don't do it because somebody bullies you into it. Whoops. Physical inflation? Okay, buddy. These people are already too fat as it is and need to bring some back. I mean, like I said, being unhealthy is one thing, but just being forced to you know, whatever. Like I said, I don't believe in that whole body positivity thing where people are like killing themselves and we have to believe that they're like, we have to support that. No. But at the same time, I also think that, you know, you shouldn't be bullied into looking a certain way either. You just need to look better than the stock guy. True. How I became a millionaire at 15. A thread. What is that? Huh? Oh, he rented it. Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah. So every single... I've already realized that if you want to find out who's a furu, a fake fucking stock person, the international call sign, like the bat signal for a fake Discord course selling non-real trader is a watch and an expensive car. Like, especially if they're together, like somebody driving an expensive car with an expensive watch, totally fake. Probably a fake watch, borrowed watch, rented car, and then the other one is the private plane. Those two things automatically bad trader, great course seller. Oh, he got community noted. You only have to double 5,000 8 times in order to become a millionaire. Oh my fucking. What's the sign that they're legitimately a genius stock trader? They're probably not posting anything about it. Why would they? If they're good at it, they have nothing to prove.
Really have to save cash for is...
Oh no, his British accents. I already don't trust him.
The only property that you really have to save cash for is the first property.
That's right. Yeah.
Any property after that then just becomes about recycling equity of which that property is generated.
Oh, God.
And this is why we're so big on not paying down debt, but trying to actually increase your debt levels. Because as you increase your debt levels with assets like property that grow in value, what you're essentially increasing is your ability to be able to grow your wealth.
No.
If you've got debt which is attached to properties, the more debt you essentially have usually means the more property that you own.
Oh God, he's Aussie.
Or
He's
the
even
larger
worse.
the value of the property that you own. And as we know, properties grow in value over the long time. So if you've got $1 million in property growing at 10%, you're making $100 grand a year. If you've got $5 million in property growing at 10%, you're making $500 grand a year.
Yeah, and I've spoken about this before about, you know, even in my own property journey,
yes, your first, second.
Well, they know how to do
property is the hardest, but once you've
division,
got 3
okay.
properties in the market, and they could be split across 3 different states, and they could be a combination of houses and units. But let's just talk about property in general. When you have 3 properties in the market growing, and they might not all grow at the same time, but that's a hell of a lot of equity or capital growth that you are creating as opposed to just having one. And like we said, from the equity you release out of, let's just say 2 properties or
this would make sense if this guy was talking in 2009, 2010. Okay? I want you to think, I want to break down what this man says. It's all about the equity and the debt. Go into debt for $500,000 to buy a $500,000 property that will grow at 10% a year. That's $50,000 in equity in growth. Go into debt another $500,000. You're $5 million in debt, but you have $5 million. You know, not in debt because you have $5 million in assets that you're making 10% a year on. That's $500,000 a year. Okay, motherfucker, you're paying 7% compounding monthly in interest alone. You've already fucked up your argument. Second of all, you're buying into equity in a market where housing prices are going down or flatlining. More likely to go down than up significantly at this point. If it flatlines for 2 years, you are fucking $500,000 in debt on top of the debt for the assets. This is so... Nobody... It's like somebody sending me a screenshot of their fucking options, their weekly option. They're up like 60%. And I'm like, cool. Have you sold it yet? Nah. Then you ain't made shit. 3 hours later, Stocky, I didn't sell. I'm down 90%. Okay, first of all, you ain't made shit until you sell. Second of all, these motherfuckers are... Stop hating that they get invited to a podcast and you stream on Twitch. Bitch, you're sitting at home watching Twitch, unable to afford to even sub to my channel. I'm carrying more viewers than CNBC at the same time. And you're projecting your insecurity while defending this guy wearing loafers. I'm going to take a sip after that one. I care so little, I have food in my beard. All right, moving on. Get a loan of $500,000, buy 3 cars, rent them $5,000 a day, make back your money in 10 days. What is it? Okay, first of all, what 3 cars? 2 $200,000 cars and one $100,000 car? Are we renting each at $5,000 a day or all of them? Because if you buy a $100,000 car, nobody's spending $5,000 a day to rent a $1,000 car. So you've already fucked up there. So I'm guessing you're saying $15,000 a day, and in 10 days you make $150,000. What is it? Or is it? What? Do this with 10 cars, make $150,000 a week passively? What happens if somebody wrecks it? What happens to your insurance? What about the insurance you're paying? You think that you're going to pay, because you're going to have to license yourself as a rental, meaning your insurance is going to go through the roof, meaning your insurance is probably going to be, you're probably going to not even break even if you did this because the insurance alone. One person gets drunk and drives, your insurance covers that, your insurance premiums go through the roof, you're fucked. Why do you think all of these companies fucking go out of business? They won't. No insurance. Well, you better hope that you get your money back before somebody crashes it. South Beach. You know how many times I see people skid out in these? It just hasn't been done correctly before, Stocky. Oh. Who needs insurance for 10 days? Lost $12,000 in class today before 10 a.m. See, this is the most realistic one I've seen. This is the most realistic one I've seen so far. What the volume on this? This is some SPAC Nation shit. Wait, what is this?
And this is the this is my bed where I sleep every night, and this is the Myrtle Broadway station. I was hoping it worked well. During the day, I just try to keep it up. At night, just wait for it to leave.
You know that shit's going for fucking $3,600 a month right now. That's $3,600 a month right now.
And this is the
the chewing plus no music really hits. Oh. Lost $350,000 and my husband doesn't know. Yep, I know damn well if this is real, she's in here right now. I've been married to my husband for 20 years. We have a good marriage. Had. Here's the context. He's very stingy with his money. He's very money oriented and would rather slit his wrists than give money away or spend money on things. He let me control the bank accounts and all the money, and I started investing in the stock market and lost money. I tried investing back in to try to recoup my losses and paid for teachers and courses. Anyway, time goes on, and before I know it, I need to sell courses. And not as a scam, but just tell people straight up that this is not going to help you. That that you're wasting your money. And I guarantee people will still buy them. Anyways, time goes on, and before I know it, I've lost $350,000. He has no idea. If I tell him, he'd probably divorce me. It's been over a year, and he has no idea. He regularly asks for bank statements to see his money is there, but I'm a wizard with computers, so I make them myself, and he is none the wiser. I don't sleep, I don't eat, and he's going to find out, and he wants to move somewhere, and I have no idea. What do? I feel like I'm drowning. Please help me. Whatever money you have left, you better get yourself a lawyer. Now, so he can help you collect evidence to help your ass down the line. Or take out a big policy on him. If something happens to him, you have more money to try to make it back. What is this? How I went from church missionary to 6.5 million net worth at 31. Got dumped on my South Korean church mission. Lived in my parents' basement. Started my first job. Realized I'm not made for a job. Bought our first fourplex for $380,000 in 2018. Second, 115. First Airbnb and quit my job. He bought his family an Airbnb to rent out and retired them. Oh, no. So easy, guys. Just buy properties, Airbnbs, and retire.
Spent on an engagement ring.
Oh, no. Engagement ring, boys. Fucking scams.
How much do you think a guy should spend on an engagement ring?
I think 10 times their salary. Yeah, it has to be in like the 6 digits for sure.
How much do you think a guy should spend on an engagement ring?
I'd say at least like 100K. Yeah.
Nah, hell no.
How much do you think a guy should spend
Hell
on
no.
an engagement ring?
I think 10 times their salary. Yeah, it has to be in like the 6 digits for sure.
How much do you think a guy should spend on an engagement ring?
I'd say at least like 100K. Yeah.
How much do you think a guy should spend on an engagement ring?
Imagine marrying a woman who even believed that. Like, if she was like, you know, I don't know, as long as it's, you know, flashy. I mean, don't get me wrong. They want to show off. They want it to be nice, right? They're not going to be like, oh, I don't care what it looks like. It's the thought that counts. No, people want a nice thing. But let's be realistic here. You know what it reminds me of? I told you guys. Nothing upsets me more. Like I don't like gold diggers, right? But I get it. But I hate dumb gold diggers. So I'm going to educate you to be a smarter gold digger. Okay? Or if you're trying to get with a gold digger, how to find one that, well, maybe you want one that's dumb. I don't know. If she asks to see your bank account, she's an idiot. Okay? Ladies, if you're going for a guy with money and he has a lot of money in his bank account, don't get with him. He might be rich, but he's not wealthy. Wealthy people don't keep their money in their bank account because that money is dying. If his money is sitting there in a few years, I already went on a rant last week, that money is going to get spent. It's not growing. By then, you're married. You shit out a couple kids. Your body ain't what it used to. The money's dried up, and you're like, I made a mistake. And it's too late to go back. Okay? If you want to find a man or a woman, whatever you're into, and you want to be a sugar baby, and you're looking for a sugar daddy or a sugar mama, don't ask how much money is in their bank account. Rich is not wealthy. Rich people go broke. Wealthy people don't. Your money should be making money. You should have very little in your bank account. Oh, don't get me wrong. Okay, what is it? Oh, my God. 4 ways we avoid taxes legally. Okay, hold on. Now, the smart thing is that you said avoid, not evade. Because it's legal to avoid taxes. It's illegal to evade taxes. So, okay. Number 1, add wife to corporation to deduct meals as business. Travel with business intent. Did I F? Hey, YouTube, can you guys still see me? We good on YouTube? All right, I'll do this for YouTube then. I'm not muted, but you guys can't hear me? YouTube can hear me, but Twitch can't. Ha ha. YouTube can hear me. You guys can't. Get wrecked. Listen, IRS, you're gonna have to come try harder. I'm multi-streaming today. Damn it. I had a good one for this too. No, I'm not advertising my YouTube. I just said that they can hear me. You know what? I'll leave this one. This is a perfect cliffhanger. I'll leave this one for tomorrow. This is why you fell off. Yeah, your mom fell off. She just got tired, though. I'm not catering to my 71 YouTube viewers, first of all. Second of all, they matter to me. Oh, fuck. I was supposed to run a bounty today, and I didn't. Today's the last day. Well, there goes RIP. Some money, some extra cash. Fuck. All right, let's get naked and get out of here. All right. All right. Wait, why is there a little heart thing in my YouTube? What the fuck is that? This is how Stocky planned to get people over to his YouTube? No, I didn't plan to get you over to my YouTube. It's just I'm practicing something. No. I don't know what's going on with Twitch. Something's wrong with Twitch. Okay, let me just get naked and get out of here. Let me just go. I hate it here. I put the YouTube window over the Twitch player and kept chat underneath. Nice. Alright, who we gonna raid today? Who we gonna raid today? We start to stream on YouTube or get muted there too? I don't know what's going on, but I'm gonna call it a day then. We got 200 more viewers on YouTube now. Woohoo! Alright, well, guess what? YouTube won today. Somehow. Healthy gamer. Don't even see them live right now. Alright. Well, I guess this stream is dedicated to YouTube only. Get wrecked, you Twitchers. We're all using it for audio? Oh, really? So you're just using... That's fine. You can use the... You can double dip then, baby. Double dip. Alright. 1 for a chess streamer. 2 for a music streamer. Go. I'm not pumping and dumping my YouTube, okay? I just happen to have YouTube going at the same time, and it's just working beautifully. Now you have to go to my YouTube channel and get a notification, and now maybe an algorithm will actually pick it up. Raid S fan? He said I have bad hygiene, and that's not true. So I'm trying to see if he's farming or if he wants to get, like, beat up. There's a bunch of people playing some kind of championship going on right now. Speed Chess Championship 2023. What the hell? You can't hear me? Okay, well, good. Then I'm just going to get naked and get out of here. Oh, I almost raided the girl in our community who came to say hi the other day. I went into her stream, and I clicked on Instagram, and it was like, I messed up. I was like, oh, shit. Like, good for her, but, like, I was not expecting that. I almost raided her by accident. Okay, it's not my mic. They can hear me on YouTube. They can hear me on YouTube, just not on Twitch. I don't know what's going on. All right. I'm going to send y'all over to this angry-looking dude playing chess. We got to make friends with the chess community, okay? All right, time to get naked. Let's go. I'm not muted. Go to YouTube next time. I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm literally streaming through OBS to both of them right now. Twitch is lagging out today. Oh my god, you guys are degenerates. I'm out of here. You got me to do overtime today, okay? Because I'm missing a stream on Wednesday, so. You can't hear me? Oh, okay. How about this?
Why?
Bye, you degenerates. I will see you tomorrow. Remember, become an organ donor. It's the greatest gift you could give. It doesn't cost you a thing. That's number one. Number two, if there's somebody you love, somebody you miss having a give them a call, give them a text, send them an email, send them a carrier pigeon. Let them know you're thinking about them. You could really make somebody's day, but more importantly, go make your own day. You've got the rest of it. Go make the best of it. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Hasta mañana. Hasta luego, mi amigos, familia, pabrons, pendejos y todo. Remember, guys, become an organ donor, like I said at the beginning. But if you've got 2 healthy kidneys, you're not broke, right? You're not broke. And if you know somebody that has 2 healthy kidneys, you've got a backup plan. I appreciate you. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Tell your mama said hi. She got a fat ass. Take care. Who's this Hans guy? I don't know. I just rating somebody in the chess section. Love you.